Hello, good evening, everyone. I think this will be our last class of this entire series, right? So we have, I think, about 64 or 65 questions of science and technology being asked in last 5 years. So that tells you the average, that on an average you can expect 12 to 13 questions from this topic. First thing first, that this particular topic is perhaps the most dynamic topic of your syllabus, especially for prelims. For mains it is easier. For prelims I think it is more difficult. The reason I'm saying it, because prelims में सबसे पहले तो एक simple सा line दे रखा है syllabus में, awareness in the field of general science and technology, and that can mean anything. So they can ask anything, whatever is in news, whatever is given in your standard textbook, they can make a question out of it. Right, and because fundamentally humanity progresses because of science and technology, so the most important news and the most amount of news, right, will be also from science and technology. Why I'm saying it? Because you'll realize that especially जैसे अभी आप मान लो नए aspirants हो, तो नए aspirants के केस में क्या होगा कि आपको बहुत सारी चीज़ें अभी लग रही होंगी, पॉलिटी में भी कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग आया, इकोनॉमी में भी कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग आया, बट आफ्टर अ पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम यू विल रियलाइज दैट मेनी थिंग्स आर अगेन रिपीटिंग, सेम थिंग्स आर गेटिंग रिपीटेड अगेन एंड अगेन. जो जुडिशरी के इश्यूज आज से 20 साल पहले थे, सिमिलर इश्यूज अभी भी हैं, अपॉइंटमेंट वाले लॉग केसेस बड़े दिन से पड़े हुए हैं, दे आर नॉट गेटिंग सॉल्व. जो गवर्नर वाला इशू आज से 40 साल पहले था वो अभी भी है, दैट गवर्नर इज एक्टिंग लाइक अ एजेंट ऑफ सेंटर. Even in economy, what should be the economic model? Should we adopt a welfare approach? Should we adopt laissez-faire? Should we go for complete socialism? Like, what is the exact approach? Again, these are questions which have been there and which are going to be there for many more years. So in that sense, once you study these topics for long, then you realize that a lot of things are getting repeated. In contrast, in science and technology, you'll realize that gradually overall new technologies are being developed, right? Our scientific ideas, we are developing new and new scientific ideas, and based on those ideas we are developing new and new technologies, and those technologies are now achieving new and new frontiers, in the sense that a technology which was adopted for something else, but now it is used for entirely something different. So in that sense it is a very dynamic topic, and UPSC also ensures that it does remain a dynamic topic. So I have tried to categorize, because even though you can find a very nice categorization of science and technology when you study for engineering, when you study for typical any scientific branch, but for the perspective of UPSC examination, how to categorize science and technology, that's a very difficult task, to be very honest with you. Right, so they have given some keywords in mains syllabus. I have picked up those keywords, but I have also added few more keywords depending upon the nature of questions. So I can more or less categorize the topics. There will be few topics of basic science itself, that these are fundamental questions of science. There will be questions from physics, questions from chemistry. Biology especially is very important in this particular discussion about basic science. Physics is also very important, not that focus is given to chemistry, but physics and biology definitely are very important. Then biotechnology is a very favorite area of UPSC for either prelims or mains examination. Health is another very important topic for prelims, and in mains you can expect various types of questions. So you in mains, even though health is given in your paper 2 syllabus, देखा है आपने paper 2 social justice का जो syllabus है वहाँ पे health दे रखा है, but that health which is given in your syllabus, that is more from public policy perspective, right? The health which I am talking about is more from science perspective, that we are talking about a particular health issue, right? We are talking about the pathogens, their carriers, the possible treatment options, how we are going to tackle this issue. So that will be covered in science and technology section. Space technology, developments in astronomy, that is also a favorite area. Information and communication technology, this is the most important topic for prelims examination. I will show you number of questions also of last 5 years. Then nuclear technology, defense technology, all of these are smaller topics, but nonetheless in a year or 2 year or 3 year you can expect a question from them, right? So these are smaller topics. So just to give you that the number of questions every year. So on an average, as I said, that you can expect 12 to 13 questions. So in 2019, 20, 14 questions, 21, 12, again 14. This year 10, and 10 also I'm using this 10 liberally. I have taken 2 questions which can also be categorized in economy or environment, but because some aspect of it being associated with technology, I have taken those 2 questions of science and technology. If I remove those 2 questions, then only 8 questions were asked this year. So this year, relatively the weightage was less. But nonetheless, you can easily expect 12 to 13 questions from this paper. And based on this categorization which I said, the categorization I have mentioned, if I categorize all of those questions, then this basically tells you that from topics, how many questions you can expect. As you can see, that ICT has the biggest weightage in, so total number of questions will be what? 28, 40, 54 and 64. So out of total 64 questions, you have 17 questions from information and communication technology. The second most important area is biotechnology, right? Then you have questions from health, you have questions from space science technology, basic science से भी कुछ questions आएंगे हर साल, एक question वगैरह आ जाएगा, and बाकी जो topics हैं smaller topics हैं. So some areas are clearly very important for prelims examination. That is there. If we do the same analysis for 10 years, maybe even a better picture will emerge, right? That will be a bigger session, but a better picture will emerge that what type of weightage we are talking about. Right, so again, this is a categorization. I have only done it for UPSC requirement. I will not use the same categorization in general understanding of science and technology. So the next question, which is a very important question which you can ask, is that what should we focus upon? What should be the sources to study science and technology? And because this is the most dynamic topic, I think the most important sources will be newspapers itself. Because newspapers के साथ बहुत interesting चीज़ ये है that they will definitely talk about technology, but even new scientific advancements. Even if those scientific advancements as of now do not have any technological applications, but even those new scientific advancements definitely will be covered into newspaper. Just think about gravitational wave. अभी पूरा news में था. So gravitational wave as of now, why are we investing so much money into making this LIGO India project, right? As of now, perhaps only and only for scientific development, overall knowledge about what gravitational waves are. We are just trying to enhance our knowledge, and maybe that knowledge will help us in developing some aspect of technology. So in that sense, the concept of gravitational wave can be easily categorized as a topic of basic science, right? But not simple basic science which you have studied in class 9th and 10th. It is frankly an advanced level of science. But whatever is given in newspapers from this topic will be more than enough for prelims or mains examination. So often people think that ये हम कहाँ से पढ़ें? Gravitational wave के लिए कौन सा textbook उठाएं? कुछ भी नहीं उठाना है आपको. You do not have to pick any textbook. Just read whatever is given in newspaper. So newspapers are very important to know about scientific advancements as well as technological development into many areas. Why previous year questions are important? Because previous year questions will give you an idea that up to what depth we should study into a particular topic. That is also something which new aspirants face a lot of problem. Because जैसे for example Hindu का आप coverage देखो. I'm very sure that you guys are reading Hindu or Indian Express, maybe both of them. अब Hindu का coverage science tech का better है compared to Express in terms of detailing, in terms of depth. But the problem is that it is also very much detailed. Lot of technicalities are involved, and that often raises this question that इतना technical पढ़ना भी है क्या? Should we actually go into this much depth? And the answer is no. We do not have to, frankly. To be very honest with you, that lot of time, lot of technicalities can be avoided. But then what to study and what to skip, that becomes a very important question, right? Am I wasting my time by going into so much depth, technicalities of things? So first of all, that is not the case. Whatever study you are doing, you are not wasting your time. That will tell you, in fact, you are learning something new there. And maybe in future, you can avoid such type of article where a lot of factual things are given, and you do not have to focus upon those factual things. So Hindu has a dedicated section on science tech, right? Indian Express has a dedicated section on, again, technology, which covers science tech, all of that, right? So these two are the most important sources for me. And going through previous year questions help you a lot in actually appreciating that up to how much depth we have to go into a particular topic. I have come across a very good website, indiascience.in, that is maintained by Department of Science and Technology, right? So it is a website maintained by Ministry, Government of India itself, in collaboration with Prasar Bharati. So that has a very good section. In fact, I can show you perhaps. Right, so they have a very good section. For example, they have this section, every Monday they have like this 20-minute program on Gyan Vigyan, right? So, and they also have a lot of explainer videos in Hindi and English also. So this can also be quite good, that हर week आपको बस 20-25 minute का program देखना है, and you can just go through some explainer videos also for a particular topic. You can do the same thing with YouTube also. Internet is a great help here, right? And use ChatGPT as much as you can. I hope all of you are using it. If you are not, start doing it right away. ChatGPT is going to be your new best friend for about like next 1.5, 2 years, for whatever time you are preparing for. So use ChatGPT as much as you can. Definitely go and make a profile on it if you haven't already. Start asking question, and whenever you start a new question, it automatically makes a tab. आपने जिसने भी यूज़ करा होगा देखा होगा, तो एक ऑटोमेटिकली आपके लिए वो टैब बना देगा, वो क्वेश्चन के कुछ कीवर्ड्स डाल देगा, उस टैब को आप एडिट कर सकते हो. तो आप उसको एडिट कर दो, उसका कुछ रीनेम कर दो. अब कोई एक पर्टिकुलर टॉपिक का क्वेश्चन उसी टैब में जाके पूछना. सो इफ यू हैव अ क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम पॉलिटी, ask that in polity tab. If you have a question from economy, ask that in economy tab. So you can use ChatGPT not just to find answer to your question, but also as a very good repository material. So use it as much as possible, right? So that is another source. I should add that. I'm expecting a question this year in mains examination on this particular topic, on AI in general and this generative AI in particular. It's free, कुछ पैसे भी नहीं देने. GPT-4 use करोगे तो उसके लिए पैसे देने हैं, इसके लिए तो कोई पैसा भी नहीं देना. So use it as much as possible. And if you haven't studied science for some time, अच्छा by the way, this is also a very important source. Go through the current affairs magazine. Any magazine for that matter, but only one. कोई भी मैगजीन आप पढ़ना है, जो जिस भी इंस्टीट्यूट का पढ़ना है, डजेंट मैटर. आप कोई भी इंस्टीट्यूट का पढ़ो, एज लॉन्ग एज इट हैज़ अ गुड कवरेज, राइट? बट यू कैन ऑलवेज read Vision IAS magazine. I do think it has a very good coverage, right? So you can focus on that also. However, it should not be your primary material. It should be your complementary material, in the sense that you are first reading newspaper and then you are reading magazine. So you are doubling down on your knowledge. You will be able to regain things for longer duration if you do that. So do not just rely upon magazine reading. It's not going to be very helpful. In fact, for that matter, do not rely upon only and only ready-made materials for your preparation. Try to develop your own critical thinking rather than relying upon somebody else's prepared material or somebody else's opinion. Right? वो बहुत बाद का part होगा. When you have done everything really well, right? And then you can perhaps rely upon them. But in your initial days, definitely try to read newspaper all by yourself. And even after that, you should do that. Even after you have done everything, newspaper reading is a habit which you must develop. And that should be complemented with each and every other thing, okay? So these are about sources. Few things before I jump into questions. Few things I wanted to highlight. As I said, that the questions of science and technology will be current affairs inspired, goes without saying. Most of the questions, 90% of the questions will be inspired from current affairs. That is why reading newspaper becomes even more important for this particular topic. The second thing I wanted to highlight here is that a lot of people fear this section, especially if you haven't studied science in some time, right? So I don't think there is anything to fear here. Once you decided to appear for this examination, then clearly you had a lot of faith in your aptitude. So have the same faith for this topic also. That you can, it doesn't matter, जो UPSC के requirements हैं, वो बहुत unique हैं. मतलब उसके लिए ये नहीं है कि आपने कुछ B.Tech कर रखा हो, BSc मास्टर्स कर रखा हो, MBBS कर रखा हो, तभी जाके आप इन चीज़ों को appreciate कर पाओगे. Nothing, not at all. Have you studied science in your school level? Do you at least remember some of the concepts, if not all of them? Even that is more than enough. So go and first brush up those concepts, what you have studied in your school level. That is why I asked you to read 9th and 10th NCERT. And then focus a lot upon newspaper reading. Focus a lot upon understanding of a particular topic. If a particular technology is in news, if I ask you that can you define that technology in, let's say, 20, 30 words? A simple definition, right, first. Second, can you also now tell me with that definition that what can be possible applications of that technology in different areas? Second question. Third question, can you answer me that with those possible applications, there are some limitations, there are some issues, there are some challenges. Can you highlight those issues and challenges? Okay? And fourth, can you also tell me what is Government of India doing in that particular domain of technology? Government of India, any ministry, any department, any ministry, if something is being done into a particular domain of technology, do you know about that? If you can answer these four questions, that what define, a simple definition, what are we talking about? Applications into various areas, challenges, issues and challenges, and what is Government of India doing? And I don't think I'm asking a lot here. Just four questions you have to answer, and you can easily attempt questions of prelims or mains examination, right? So it's not that difficult. And the best part about this section of your syllabus is that questions rarely are factual. I'm not saying that there will be no factual question at all. There will be few factual questions, but most of the questions are very much analytical, right? You have to understand them, and you have to apply your logic, and you have to then answer that particular question. So in that sense, science and technologies, even though technically it is a difficult topic, but in terms of attemptability, I think it's a much better topic than many other topics, right? So you can attempt easily here 80 to 90% of the question, and you can also expect the same level of accuracy. So ideally, if I see 13 questions in paper from science and technology, then I'm going to attempt 11 of them, and there is a very good chance that I will get 9 or 10 of them correct, right? But for that you'll have to work hard. I'm not saying that this will automatically come, but wo hard work rewarding hoga yahan pe, right? So you have to be very consistent in your newspaper reading, and the four things which I asked you, try to do that for various technologies, right? And you will automatically see that now you can answer questions of prelims or mains. That is what I have said here, that an understanding of emerging technologies, their limitations, right? Without going into a lot of technical depths, right? So for example, you do not have to learn how blockchain is designed. Don't have to do that. What is blockchain, right? And what are the features of blockchain? And what are those features which makes it so useful in other domains apart from cryptocurrency? Right? So if you can appreciate that, then you can answer all of the questions associated with blockchain technology. But is everything good about blockchain technology? Are there some issues? Are there some limitations? Know about that also. And again, as I said, very dynamic part of your syllabus. So if you have any questions, whatever I have discussed till now, you can ask questions, because now we are actually going to jump into looking at previous year questions. And by the way, you will realize, as I said, that I think 10-year analysis would have provided even a better picture. But even in this 5-year analysis, you will realize that even though I have divided this topic of science and technology into many subtopics, and I have actually questions based on those subtopics rather than year-wise. So we'll discuss questions of subtopics, and you'll realize that even within subtopics there is a lot of diversity. ऐसा नहीं है कि सब टॉपिक अगर सेम है तो डाइवर्सिटी नहीं है, बहुत डाइवर्सिटी है. इवन इन ICT there is a lot of diversity, even in defense there is a lot of diversity of questions, right? So if you have any questions, any doubt you'd like to ask, please go ahead and do that. Means? रैंडम क्वेश्चन का क्या मतलब है यहाँ पे? रैंडम क्यों होगा कोई भी क्वेश्चन? कुछ ना कुछ रेलेवेंस होगा. Give me an example. First of all, I do not agree that any question will be a random question. There must be some relevance. That is why that particular question is there. To? Can you give me an example? Like, do you remember an example? So you should ask with an example. Chalo, let me give perhaps, let's say for example, I remember few questions from मेंस एग्जामिनेशन. जैसे लास्ट ईयर वेब टेलीस्कोप पे क्वेश्चन आया था, वैक्सीन की वर्किंग पे आया था. दोनों में कोई भी रैंडम नहीं है. वेब टेलीस्कोप वाज इन न्यूज़ अलॉट, वैक्सीन्स हैव बीन इन न्यूज़ लाइक फॉर लास्ट 3 ईयर. उससे पहले हाँ चलो ठीक है, आपने रैंडम पे बात की. एक ब्लू एलईडी पे क्वेश्चन आया था लास्ट टू लास्ट ईयर. अब ब्लू एलईडी वाज a Nobel Prize in 2014 and that question was asked in 2021. So should I know all the Nobel Prizes? The answer is not at all. Even that was not random because one of the Nobel laureates had died and his contribution was covered into all newspapers. So questions are not random, to be very honest with you. Questions are relevant. They have been covered into newspaper. Some questions can be very difficult, very technical in mains examination. Jaise, I will give you one example I can recollect is the question about Bose-Einstein statistics. There was a question in 2017 about Bose-Einstein statistics. Now there are two things here. That if you, by the way, that also was covered into newspaper and whatever was covered into newspaper, you can answer that. But chalo, just in case if it is too technical for you, skip that. You do not have to answer maybe all 20 of that. Just answer 19 of the questions. In fact, it's a good thing that you have more time to attempt other questions now. So that is always an option available to you. And by the way, I should tell you that in mains also you can expect about 3 to 4 questions from science and tech in paper 3 and pick last 20 questions of science and tech in paper 3 mains ke, and you'll realize that hardly there are 1 or 2 questions which can be considered very technical in nature. That iske liye thoda sa advanced knowledge chahiye tabhi answer ho payega. Most of these questions are very much application based questions which are covered day in and day out into newspapers and all the monthly magazines, right? So I don't think questions are very difficult or very random. Random I will definitely not agree to that. Any other question? अच्छा एक बात बताओ, एक सिंपल सी बात बताओ, तो दैट्स एक्चुअली वेरी रिलेवेंट क्वेश्चन. व्हाट ही इज आस्किंग इज दैट मान लो संडे का भी जैसे 2 पेज अभी साइंस टेक आया, आपने न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ा, कुछ चीज़ें समझ नहीं आई, आपने जाके रिसर्च किया उसको, राइट? वर्सेस that why not just save time and read the magazine which will have all the ready-made material, right? That's a very relevant question, very good question also. Now I have 2 points here. That first, what is the guarantee that the topic you thought important and you covered by doing all the search, even a person who is making that magazine will cover the same topic? They may skip few topics, or vice versa is also possible. That magazine can cover few topics which you have skipped. That is why I said that complement both of it. Second, that what do you think? For in the 2 scenarios where you did your own research, you took some time versus when you read somebody else prepared material, for which scenario you are going to like regain that material for longer duration? That's I think that you'll agree to me that in the first scenario where you did your own research, you're going to regain for longer duration of time. So that is another benefit of reading newspaper by yourself, that not only it helps in regaining the topic, it also helps in answer writing, by the way. Let's say for example, how arguments have been framed into an editorial, right? Or how choice of words have been used. Those things are definitely going to help you in answer writing. So I do think that newspaper reading by yourself is a very important thing to do for this particular examination. Okay. हाँ वो टाइम का है, बट वो आप रियलाइज करोगे, उसका एक ही सिंपल सा मेरे पास पॉइंट है कि आप रियलाइज करोगे कि बहुत सारे टॉपिक्स में एज आई सेड वो रिपीटिशन होने लगता है. कि आपने जैसे 6 महीने लगातार न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ा, आपको अभी लग रहा है 2 घंटे, 6 महीने बाद वो 2 घंटे नहीं लगेगा, वो 1.25 घंटे लगेंगे, 1.25 आवर्स लगेगा, बिकॉज यू विल रियलाइज दैट मान लो इंडिया यूएस रिलेशन पे कुछ एडिटोरियल आ गया, तो जब तक कोई बहुत मेजर चेंज नहीं हो गया हो, फंडामेंटल मोर और लेस सेम ही चीजें होंगी, इवन दो अगेन आईआर इज अ वेरी डायनेमिक टॉपिक, बट मोर और लेस जो फाउंडेशनल प्रिंसिपल्स एंड वैल्यूज जो इंडिया यूएस रिलेशन को गाइड करते हैं वो तो चेंज नहीं होने वाले आने वाले 4-5 सालों में, राइट? So in that sense, you will realize that the effort which you are putting right now to know about India-US relationship, you will not have to put the same effort 6 months later. So things are going to automatically fall in line as you keep studying newspaper day in and day out. Okay? So that is my answer to this question. Any other question? So let's start our discussion, right? Let's first discuss some questions of basic science first. I have covered all of the basic science like physics, chemistry and biology, all of that together, and you will realize that some of those questions of basic science, they have been picked from current affairs, starting from the very first one, right? This was in news a lot in 2019. Now, even though I have categorized it as a question of basic science, but it is very much a question of current affairs. That the word Denisovan is sometimes mentioned in media in reference to. Now again, if you know about it, and those who have anthropology as an optional for them, it's a very easy question, but those who do not, then you should know about it, because when we talk about human beings, right, so our species name is sapiens, we are homo sapiens, right, our genus is homo. So in other species, you'll find that many species belong to same genus. Think about tiger and lion, they belong to same genus. Both tiger have survived, lions have survived, cheetah, leopard, puma, all of these are again similar species and all of them have survived. But in case of human beings, only sapiens have survived, only homo sapiens have survived. What happened to other genes? Were they other genus in case of human beings? That is a question which evolutionary biologists have asked, and now we have answered that yes, there were many of them. And many of them perished. In past, sapiens have interacted with other genus. So for example, we do have some percentage of Neanderthal DNA, that was another homo species. Then you also have Denisovan, which is another homo species, right? So, and we share some DNA with Denisovans also. So this is a topic of evolutionary biology, and the answer is very simple, an early human species, right? But again, this is a question inspired from current affairs. So wherever you have such major, and by the way, this topic is again very interesting because last year का अगर आपने Nobel Prize पढ़ा होगा, तो जो last year का Nobel Prize which has been given to Savant Pabo, he is a pioneer in evolutionary biology with respect to Homo sapiens. That what were other species belonging to this Homo genus, and if there were other species, how to know about them, and how to specially find out that what type of relation did we share in the past, where did they exist, what is, how much percentage of DNA we share. So Savant Pabo has done remarkable work in this, and that is why he was recognized by Nobel Prize committee last year, and he was given Nobel Prize for that, right? So his work has led to discovery of all of the early human species, including Denisovans. So this is a difficult question if you haven't read current affairs. But if you have read it, then it's a very simple question. You do not even have to spend more than 5 seconds here. Mark B, move ahead. So reading newspaper becomes very important because of this. Now this is a very popular question of biology, a simple question of biology, that plant cells and animal cells, how are they different from each other? Right? This is one of the first things when we study about cells. Like biology में सबसे पहला chapter हम पढ़ते हैं तो हम cell पढ़ते हैं कि हमारा जो fundamental unit है वो cell है. And then the second thing which we study is that all living organisms, again सबका fundamental unit cell है, but are they same cells? Are there differences? So the first major difference we find is that let's try to distinguish how plant cells and animal cells are different from each other. So this is a very fundamental question. Plant cells have cellulose, whilst animal cells do not. Plant cells do not have plasma membrane unlike animal cells which do. Mature plant cells have one large vacuole whilst animal cells has many small vacuoles. What should be the correct answer? 1 and 3, right? So plant cells, the most fundamental difference is this cellulose cell wall. जो cellulose है, it is a very rigid material. Because of that, plants are not flexible. In contrast, we do not have those cell walls and we are so flexible. We can move around our hand, we can roam around from here and there. Plants cannot do that, and it fundamentally boils down to the cellular structure and cell wall. So that is perhaps the most important difference. There are other differences also. For example, think about mitochondria, that yes, we both have mitochondria, but the plant ka mitochondria, it also has chloroplast, which plays a very important role in photosynthesis. We do not have chloroplast. But जहाँ तक membrane की बात है, वो दोनों के पास है. तो जो plasma membrane है, that is like a structure around your cell which creates a boundary between inner part of your cell and outer part. So that membrane allows that which things, which minerals will be allowed to enter and which minerals will not be allowed to enter. So that membrane structure plays a very important role, but that is present in both plant and animal cell. Second is not correct. वहाँ से भी answer आ गया, but no longer you can rely upon such things. Again, how many of them are correct? So now I have to know exactly how many of them are correct. And third is also correct. Third is correct, second is not correct. Answer is 1 and 3 only. So this is a very basic question, right? So for example, if I have to summarize all of the differences, then animal and plant cells have mitochondria, plant cells have chloroplast. Both have vacuoles. Plant cells have this large singular vacuole, right? Animal cells have many small vacuoles. Plant cells have a cell wall as well as cell membrane, right? Animal cells simply have a cell membrane but no cell wall. That is in fact the most important difference. And that cell wall, that vacuole also gives this very interesting rectangular shape of plant cell, while animal cell will be more of circular rather than rectangular. This is a fundamental question of physics. It's a very interesting question. A lot of people got it wrong also, right? So the question is, in a pressure cooker, the temperature at which the food is cooked depends mainly upon which of the following. The options are area of the hole in the lid, temperature of the flame, weight of the lid. I do remember many institutes gave this answer D, 1, 2 and 3. But that was never correct. That was never going to be correct. And why is it so? Like, what will be the answer? 1 and? Okay. 1 and 3. How many of you think 1 and 3 will be correct? So 1 and 3 is actually the correct answer. But now you tell me why. That why second is not correct. But क्यों नहीं matter करेगा? जो फ्लेम टेम्परेचर है, why that will not matter कि कौन से टेम्परेचर पे आपका फूड कुक हो रहा है. देखो ये थोड़ा एक ना बहुत सिंपल सा कॉन्सेप्ट है, बट बड़ा ही फंडामेंटल कॉन्सेप्ट है थर्मोडायनेमिक्स में. जब हम हीट ट्रांसफर के बारे में पढ़ते हैं, so wherever we read about heat transfer, we divide things into two part. We call one part as system, जिसका हम एनालिसिस कर रहे हैं. Whatever we are analyzing, मान लो मैं इस लैपटॉप का एनालिसिस कर रहा हूँ. मान लो कि मैंने अभी स्टाफ को बोला कि एक कप चाय लेके आ जाए. सो आई एम नाउ एनालाइजिंग दैट कप ऑफ टी. ये कप ऑफ टी का अपना कुछ हीट एनर्जी है, राइट? बट कप ऑफ टी इज एट हाई टेम्परेचर, सराउंडिंग इज एट लो टेम्परेचर. So it is going to transfer its energy. So if I am analyzing that cup of tea and tea in it, then that tea is system and the rest of the universe is surrounding. And if system and surrounding are at different temperature, there will be some heat transfer. Like that is the most fundamental aspect of thermodynamics. Now here is the thing. We do know that in pressure cooker why food gets cooked so fast. We know that pressure cooker increases the pressure of water. And at higher pressure, the boiling point hai, that also increases. So boiling point of water not just depends upon temperature. We say that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, but that occurs at normal atmospheric pressure here. But if I go to mountain, then it is going to boil at lower temperature also. And inside pressure cooker, even at 110 degrees Celsius, water has not converted into steam. It is still water because of very high pressure. So the first thing which we should appreciate here is that pressure is very high, and whatever can regulate the pressure will determine at what temperature that food will be cooked. Once I know that, then area of the hole in the lid is a very obvious, like force is nothing but pressure is nothing but force by area. So that part is same, but forget about that. Even if I do not know the concept of pressure, just I know the concept of system and surrounding. Now once I have a pressure cooker which is getting heat energy, because of flame, that is my heat source. Pressure cooker को मैंने flame पे रखा हुआ है, flame का कुछ temperature है, but pressure cooker के अंदर कितना pressure होगा, that cannot be determined by flame temperature. जो pressure cooker as a system, उसके अंदर क्या pressure होगा, that is going to be dependent upon the components of pressure cooker itself. So in that case, जैसे for example when I said that this cup of tea, it's system and this is surrounding, so in the same way, that flame here is surrounding, which is providing all the necessary heat energy, but that pressure cooker is my system. And that system is receiving heat from this surrounding. But at what temperature inside that cooker food will be cooked, that will be decided by the components of pressure cooker, not by flame temperature. तो मैं flame temperature को कम कर दूं, मेरा खाना लेट बनेगा. That is the only thing. कि मेरा खाना जो अभी 10 मिनट में बन जाता वो हो सकता है 20 मिनट में आधे घंटे में बने. बट वो किस प्रेशर पे बनेगा, किस टेम्परेचर पे बनेगा, दैट विल बी डिसाइडेड बाय प्रेशर, एंड दैट प्रेशर कैन नॉट बी डिसाइडेड बाय समथिंग विच इज नॉट इवन पार्ट ऑफ द प्रेशर कुकर. That will be decided by all the components which are part of the pressure cooker. Hence, first and third are correct, second is not correct. Right, so this is even a more fundamental question. It was just checking this concept of heat transfer, and whenever we study heat transfer, we divide things into system and surrounding. And we just try to find out that how that system and surrounding is, let's say, transferring heat or matter, what type of system we are talking about. So the answer here is 1 and 3. C is the correct answer, right? And UPSC also gave C as the correct answer. That is actually a very good question. But weight of lid still is part of this system. So for example, I will be very honest with you, that why I think 1 and 3 is the correct answer, because I know that second is not at all correct, right? Second is not at all correct, my answer is 1 and 3. But I will be very honest with you. अगर ये same question मेरे पास अगर नए वाले pattern में होता, that upon what parameter, how many parameter it is going to dependent upon, then there is a very good chance that मैं खुद only one mark करके आता यहाँ पे, area of the lid. कि area of the lid that has a direct bearing on pressure. But the key point here is that more than the concept of area here, the question focused mainly upon the concept of system and surrounding. So weight of the lid at least is part of the system. So that is going to have some bearing on the pressure inside pressure cooker, rather than flame, which is not even part of the system, right? So in that sense, answer is 1 and 3 only. But I totally understand your doubt कि इस weight को justify करना बहुत मुश्किल है, कि ये weight of the lid जो है, how that is going to determine the temperature inside it. उसको justify, the only thing, in fact more than weight, it is about the wall itself. So as long as आपका जो internal wall rigid हो, तो प्रेशर वहाँ पे क्या होगा वो इंटरनल वॉल डिसाइड करेगा. अब वो 2 kg का लिड हो या 1 kg का लिड हो, उस पर उतना ज़्यादा फर्क पड़ेगा नहीं, टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट विथ यू. बट दिस क्वेश्चन वाज मोर अबाउट, अगेन एज आई सेड, टू चेक द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ सिस्टम एंड सराउंडिंग. सॉरी, तो टेम्परेचर तो डेफिनेटली अफेक्ट्स मेल्टिंग पॉइंट, बट योर क्वेश्चन शुड बी, डज प्रेशर अफेक्ट मेल्टिंग पॉइंट? Yes, the answer is yes. So pressure affects both melting and boiling point. That is a very simple concept which all of us should be aware about. When I say that ice is melting at 0 degrees Celsius and water is boiling at 100 degrees Celsius, when I say that, I mean that it is happening at 1 atmospheric pressure, which is room pressure. But at very low pressure or at very high pressure, both melting point and boiling point can change. That change will be very small, especially in case of melting point, but it will be there. In case of boiling point, that change is much more easily visible. But yes, the answer is even melting point will be affected because of pressure. Okay, that is there. What about this question? Which of the above can be cultured in artificial synthetic medium? The question, you'll find that in last 2-3 years, both in prelims and mains examination, there have been lot of questions surrounding bacteria and viruses, and the reason is very obvious, because of COVID-19 pandemic. Like because of COVID-19 pandemic, lot of articles have been written on the nature of COVID-19 virus itself, how that COVID-19 virus is different from other viruses, how viruses are different from bacteria. All of those things have been deliberated in detail into newspapers, into magazines, and because of that you will find lot of questions around this topic. So anyways, which of the above can be cultured in artificial synthetic medium? I will be very honest with you. Again, this question should have been phrased in a better way, right? But what it means is, this was actually checking a very simple concept, that viruses are not living organism, in the sense that they cannot have independent cellular division. They cannot divide themselves automatically, right? They always and always require some living host. Now that living host can be a bacteria, it can be a fungi, it can be an animal, a plant, or human beings also, but it always requires some living host. It is going to infect that living host, hijack their cellular mechanism, and then it is going to multiply. So that is why it is neither considered a living organism or a non-living organism, somewhere in between, because it does not have its own independent cellular division, but the moment it infects a host, it does that, then it is capable of dividing itself, hijacking the cellular mechanism it's faced. In that sense, third is not correct, that I cannot culture viruses in artificial synthetic medium. So even if I am doing that into a lab, even in that lab, I will require some living host there. I will require some living host, and only then I can culture a virus, right? So that should have been clarified by UPSC, that we are talking about, because if, let's say for example, I am doing that into a lab environment, so that is also some sort of culture of virus. But in any case, third is not correct, 1 and 2 are correct. Bacteria and fungi, if you give them optimum nutrition, they can multiply, they do not require any living host. Optimum nutrition unko milna chahiye, and they are going to multiply more and more. They are going to divide more and more. So third is not true, and the rationale, the logic behind it is very simple, that viruses cannot have their own independent cellular division. They always require a living host. So even if we are culturing them into a lab setup, even that requires a living host. So correct answer is 1 and 2 only. Again, this is one of the simple and fundamental questions, right? Water can dissolve more substances than any other liquid. The reason is very simple. Now, even though water has a covalent bond, in the sense that, right, so hydrogen has this 1 electron here, oxygen has 2 extra electron, hydrogen has 1 electron. It is forming its duet, and it is forming its octet, right? So it has this covalent bond, and that is how water establishes stability. It becomes a stable molecule. But here is the thing, जो oxygen का electron affinity है, that how much it can pull electron towards itself, is much more than hydrogen. Because of that, even though water as a whole, H2O as a whole, is electrically neutral, but oxygen is going to develop some very small charge. We often write that with delta minus, and hydrogen is going to develop a very small positive charge. So even if they are sharing electron, that electron is more towards oxygen and less towards hydrogen. So जहाँ पे भी electron थोड़ा ज़्यादा है, so oxygen develops a very small negative electron cloud around it, and again it is electrically neutral, so consequently hydrogen has this positive electron cloud around it. Now anything which is polar in nature, many molecules are like that, they are going to bond with, so the negative molecules are going to bond with hydrogen, the positive molecules are going to bond with oxygen. So anything which is polar in nature, and many things are polar in nature by the way, as I said, so for example, except few things like H2 or N2, जैसे when I say let's say N2, now N2 is N and N का ट्रिपल बॉन्ड. अब ये पोलर नहीं है, दोनों ही नाइट्रोजन है, दोनों ही इलेक्ट्रॉन को अगर शेयर कर रहे हैं तो इक्वल स्ट्रेंथ से शेयर करेंगे. सो दैट इज ट्रूली इलेक्ट्रिकली न्यूट्रल. बट द मोमेंट आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट एनी मॉलिक्यूल which is not homonuclear, which is basically heteronuclear, that it has two different type of nuclei, two different type of atom, it is going to be polar. And that negative charged particle is going to have a bond with nicely with hydrogen, and positive charged particle will have a bond with oxygen, and it is going to very nicely dissolve in water. That is not there in many other cases. So the answer is very simple here, that it is dipolar in nature, right? Such type of bonding where hydrogen is bonding with oxygen, so for example water themselves has this very weak bonding, we call them hydrogen bonding, right? But that hydrogen bonding is also occurring because of this bipolarity. So first is the correct answer. Now this is a very simple basic question of science which you study in class 9th and 10th also, and they have picked a question directly from that. Okay, now this is a more difficult question. In the current pattern, it becomes ultra difficult, but in the previous pattern, it is not so difficult. With reference to street lighting, how do sodium lamps differ from LED lamps? Sodium lamps produce light in 360 degrees, but it is not so in the case of LED lamps. As street light, sodium lamps have longer lifespan than LED lamps. The spectrum of visible light from sodium lamp is almost monochromatic, and LED lamps offer significant color advantages in street lighting, right? So these are the three options. It's not an easy question, but let's analyze all of the options. 360 degree means a bulb which is emitting light in all directions. So typical हमारे fluorescent bulbs थे, if you are illuminating them, then they are going to illuminate in all direction, right? A typical LED bulb is going to have a very directed light. So for example, if you have an LED bulb, it is not going to illuminate all direction. It is going to illuminate maybe 60 degree, 90 degree, 180 degree. Right now we are making LED bulbs which can be 360 degree, but that is not LEDs known for. LEDs are known for their directionality. That even though it is operating at very low wattage, LED का सबसे बड़ा benefit देखो क्या है कि आपका जो एनर्जी कंजम्पशन है दैट रिड्यूसेस मोर देन हाफ. जैसे आप टिपिकल फ्लोरेसेंट बल्ब अगर आपका मान लो 10 watt एनर्जी कंज्यूम कर रहा है, LED कैन प्रोड्यूस द सेम अमाउंट ऑफ लाइट in less than 5 watt. In fact, it can produce the same amount of light in 3 watt or 4 watt also. So your electricity consumption reduces significantly. LED directly leads to energy conservation. That is the first benefit of LED. And one of the reason it can do that, because it can be highly directional in nature. I can have LED bulb which is only illuminating a region 90% around it, 90 degree around it, 180 degree around it, not 360 degree. So in that sense, first is true. So sodium light, the sodium lamp hai, that is 360 degree. Very similar to fluorescent bulb. So fluorescent bulb hoga, that is going to illuminate all around it, right? Second, as street light, sodium lamps have longer lifespan than LED lamp. ये clearly गलत है. The biggest, again, the second biggest benefit of LED is that they have, whatever bulbs we have, LEDs have the longest lifespan. They can remain, they can work for thrice or 4 times more than a typical fluorescent bulb. Typical fluorescent bulb, because of the requirement of ionization, the material degrades. Because of fluctuation in voltage, fuse is going to go away, right? So there are so many issues it can suffer from. An LED bulb does not suffer from these issues. And for that matter, LED bulb is better than all other type of lamps in terms of also not just power consumption, but also in terms of longevity. So second statement is not correct. So if you have studied about LED bulb, I think second option can be eliminated, right? And if you know first is true, then I have my answer, right? Again, such type of techniques will not work anymore. But third is actually not an easy statement, right? जैसे जो current pattern है, अगर उसमें हम देखें, तो third is not an easy statement. That spectrum of visible light from sodium lamps is almost monochromatic. Monochromatic का मतलब होता है that I am talking about light of just one frequency or just one wavelength. जैसे in contrast, this white light has light from about 300 nanometer, which is violet light, to about what? 700? So 380, not 300, 380 nanometer, which is violet light, and then 700 nanometer, which is red light. So it is not monochromatic. It has wavelength from 380. I can approximate that to be 4000, so 4000 angstrom or 400 nanometer. So any visible light, white light, जो white light है, that has wavelength from 380 to 700 nanometer, right? Clearly not monochromatic. Monochromatic means only one frequency, and frequency, अगर एक frequency है तो wavelength भी एक ही होगा. So when I am saying monochromatic, then maybe only 400 or maybe only 500 nanometer, right? So in that sense, yes, sodium is monochromatic. Sodium emits two frequencies, but both of those frequencies and both of those wavelengths are very closely related to each other. I do not remember the exact value, but it is somewhere around 589 nanometer, 590 nanometer, right? So 590 nanometer का अगर आप देखोगे तो that will be around a yellowish orange वाला जो color है वो ऐसा color होगा. तो sodium lamp अगर आपने कभी भी देखा है, it is going to emit this yellowish orange light. And that is actually monochromatic, that it emits two lights, two frequencies, but those two frequencies are very closely spaced together. One of them is, again, I do not remember the exact, but one of them is, I think, 589 and another of them is 590. So there is a gap of only 1 nanometer, hence the word almost monochromatic. LED lamp, white light हम produce कर सकते हैं, तो white light तो कहीं से monochromatic नहीं है, simple सी चीज़ है. So third is true, answer is 1 and 3. Not a very easy question, like it requires some analysis, but nonetheless it can be attempted. Again, this is also a very interesting question, that which one of the following is a reason why astronomical distances are measured in light years? It's a much more, like it requires little bit depth knowledge of, frankly, physics, but nonetheless, even if you do not so the answer lies in special theory of relativity, to be very honest with you. Like, so it is much more technical than one imagines. The actual answer lies in a theory given by Einstein, which is called special theory of relativity. Special theory of relativity का जो one fundamental principle है वो ये है that speed of light remains same in all frame of reference. कि कोई मान लो कि there are two frame of reference moving in the same direction with speed of light, but still they are going to measure each other's speed of light only. What do I mean by that? जैसे एक simple सा example ले लो, that if I have two objects moving with, let's say, 3 meters per second in the same direction, then their relative velocity is 0. I'm assuming that they're moving in straight line. तो अगर मान लो ये object A है and ये object अगर B है, so A and B, if they measure each other velocity, then they are going to measure 0, because उनका जो relative position हो तो change ही नहीं हो रहा. Both of them are covering exactly same distance in same time, right? So their relative position is not changing. They are going to measure their velocity to be 0. In the opposite scenario, where both of them are moving in opposite direction, again with the same speed, but now if A measures speed of V, will measure 6, right? Because every object in its own frame of reference is at rest. So this object is moving with 3 meter per second, that is 3 meter per second in exact opposite direction. So if they measure each other velocity, they will measure 6 meter per second. That is very logical to understand. But Einstein says that this logic will not work if you start going to higher speed. If you start going to speed very close to speed of light, in fact, if you go to this speed of light where it becomes no longer 3 meter per second, but 3 lakh kilometer per second, 3 into 10 to the power 8 meter per second, 3 into 10 to the power 8 meter per second. We represent this speed with c. C is speed of light. Now, if I apply the same logic, so as per that logic, A and B should measure their speed as 0, right? If they are in same direction. And in this case, again, if this is C and this is C, then they should measure each other's speed as 2 times C. But Einstein says that this is not how space-time works. He says that space-time, first of all, are not independent of each other. We think that time exists in absolute manner. That if I have measured an event has occurred in 1 second, then we think that everybody else is also going to measure the same time. Everybody, just for example, if this pen dropped in 1 second, then we think that that 1 second is same for all of us. But Einstein says that that is not true. That time is also not absolute. While space is not absolute, even time is not absolute, time is relative. And space-time are not independent of each other. Time is another dimension of space. And all of that fundamentally is based on this idea that speed of light remains same in all frame of reference. So in this 2 case, in the first case, if A measures speed of B, we'll still find C. And in second case, if A measures speed of B, we'll still find C. So speed of light does not change in any frame of reference. So this question is much more technical than one realizes. But even if you do not know about this thing, so you should know 2 things here. The first is that speed of light remains same in all frame of reference. And second, nothing can travel with more than speed of light. That is also a consequence of special theory of relativity, that nothing can travel with more than speed of light. With that, so distances among stellar bodies do not change. That is not at all true. Every object is moving with respect to each other, right? All of them have their own independent motion. So how can we say this? That distances among stellar objects do not remain same. So even Earth or Moon का distance fixed नहीं है. Moon का orbit करीब circular है, but even it is not exactly a circle. Think about Sun and Earth distance. Earth is moving into an elliptical orbit. So clearly it is coming closer to Sun and going very far away from Sun. So first is clearly not correct. Gravity of stellar bodies does not change. That is also not true. Think about it. Gravity definitely is affected by mass, and mass of object is changing all the time. Sun is releasing a lot of energy. Hydrogen is converting into helium. Gradually Sun's mass is reducing. When Sun, all of the hydrogen will be exhausted, Sun is going to collapse because of its own gravity, and its mass is going to further shrink. So that is also not true, that mass does not change. Light always travels in straight line. What has that to do with measuring distance? Light year is a measure of, light year first of all is not a measure of time, it is a measure of distance. But light travels in straight line, what has that to do with this? So last, that speed of light is always same, that is the correct answer. Now why some people thought that D will not be correct answer? I remember that many people thought that D should not be the correct answer, because they started thinking about refraction. कि light चलो vacuum में तो 3 lakh kilometer per second है, but if it starts into glass, then it is 2 lakh kilometer per second. If it enters into water, then it is about 2.5 lakh meter per second. So speed is not same. Again, so this question is not about speed of light in different medium. This question is about that value c, speed of light in vacuum, that remains same in all frame of reference. So even if you do not know about special theory of relativity, you can eliminate A, B and C, and D is the correct answer. So my point is that in science and technology, questions are not factual. They can be logically attempted. So such questions, I don't think it should be left. It should be left. ऐसे क्वेश्चन को पक्के से अटेम्प्ट करके आना चाहिए. Any doubt in like any of the questions we have discussed? Think of some ways it can change. Can you think of some ways? The question he's asking is that is Earth's mass changing? Think of some ways it can change. Can you think of some ways? Can anybody think of ways that how Earth mass, even though it is changing very small? So the answer is that more or less in day-to-day life, no, Earth mass does not change. But in a span of 1 million years, is Earth mass is going to be exactly the same what it was 1 million years ago? The answer is no. What are the mechanisms which can lead to change of Earth mass? Meteorite impact. Chalo, some meteorites are going to fall from the outside. That is going to increase the mass of Earth. What else? Collision of what with Earth? अच्छा वो तो एक बड़ा ही अनलाइकली सर, तो मीटियोराइट्स तो रेगुलरली होते रहते हैं. सॉरी, so even in billion of years that is also a possibility, right? That moon can go out of Earth. So in that sense Earth mass clearly changed. But I'm talking about even in 1,000 years and lakhs of years, there can be some reduction of mass also. Can you think of ways mass can reduce? Okay, that is also quite interesting, right? कि satellites कुछ जो है कुछ ना कुछ लोग हमेशा space में हैं. So if I go into space, then clearly Earth as a system mass has reduced. Other things can also happen. Think about the lot of gases. Some gases can escape into space. Some gases which are at very upper part of atmosphere, if they receive escape velocity, they can escape from upper part of atmosphere. Now that will not change lot of mass, but technically it will change some mass. So the answer is yes. But the thing is that in our day-to-day life, in 100 years, in 1,000 years, that change is negligible. हाँ, वो change हो तो अर्थ की एक्सिस टिल्ट नहीं हो गई है, अर्थ का जो रोटेशन है वो चेंज हो सकता है. But that is not because mass is changing. That is because mass concentration is changing. These are two different things, right? तो जो that is because of what we call conservation of angular momentum. जैसे एक सिंपल सा एग्जांपल मैं आपको ऐसे दिखा सकता हूँ, मेरे पास है नहीं मैकेनिज्म, बट मान लो दो, अभी भी कर सकते हैं हम ये. I'm not going to do that though. So let's say for example, if I start spinning, right, and while my hand is outward, and I have some spinning speed, if I keep my hand inward, my spinning will increase, right? So that is because of conservation of angular momentum. So if by any case at one place lot of mass has concentrated, that can change the spin of Earth. Just if somebody has made a dam which has stored millions of liters of water, that can change the spin of Earth. So yes, that is possibility, but that is not because mass is changing, that is because mass distribution is changing, right? Some topics of space technology. Now जैसे ये जो question है, that for the measurement estimation of which of the following are satellite images, remote sensing data used. This was asked, the same question was asked in 2015 also, and then they asked in 2019. Options were different, but the theme was exactly the same. That in which of the following areas Indian remote sensing satellites are being used. Right, so remote sensing satellites are not just taking simple pictures like we do with the help of our normal day-to-day life cameras. They are taking pictures not just in visible light, they are doing spectroscopic analysis with the help of many frequencies, not just visible. They are doing that with radio waves, which is what radar imaging is, or synthetic aperture radar. They are doing that with infrared. They are doing that with various other sources of light. There are other techniques like hyperspectral imaging, or there are techniques, spectroscopic techniques involved, that how light interacts with matter, that depends upon matter structure, right? And it is very, again, ये सब intuitively इसको समझ सकते हैं. जैसे आप imagine करो, हमने पढ़ा है कि किसी भी चीज़ का color, कोई color क्यों है? ये पढ़ा होगा ना आपने क्लास 9th 10th में, that this object, मान लो मैंने shirt blue color का पहन रखा है. Now why do you find that this shirt has blue color? Because there is all of the light present outside. whatever light it is receiving, blue light is being reflected the most. Hence, this looks blue. Imagine a situation where this room is filled with complete red light. Complete red light. Will you still find this blue color? What color do you think you are going to see? Black color. You are going to see black color now. So color has changed now. So color is a property which occurs when a particular light frequency is being reflected, refracted, emitted, scattered, right? Whatever possibility. Let's say for example, this looks white because it is emitting white light, right? So this looks white color. It is emitting all of the frequencies, red, blue, all the 7 colors of rainbows. Hence I see this as white light. But the second question you ask is that why this shirt is reflecting blue light? So अभी तक हमारा पहले क्वेश्चन का आंसर ये था that it is reflecting blue light, hence it is blue. But now my second question is that why is it reflecting blue light? Now that becomes a more technical question. And that answer lies in a branch of physics which has applications in both chemistry and biology and many engineering subjects, which we call spectroscopy. That light interacts with different object in different manner. I am not just talking about, by the way, visible light. I am talking about infrared also, gamma rays also, X-ray also, ultraviolet, microwave, radio wave. Their interaction with different substances are different. And that interaction depends upon the material composition. कि कोई भी जो material है, उसके atoms कौन से हैं, molecules कौन से हैं, उसके atoms और molecules का arrangement कैसा है. It depends upon those parameters, right? So, understanding how light is interacting with a particular substance, particular sample, allows us to measure a lot of things. What are its constituents? And by the way, it also depends upon temperature. How light is going to interact with different matter. It also depends upon कि वो object का temperature क्या है. So, spectroscopy analysis is a very, very powerful tool which can determine not just simple pictures. It can determine that what substance is found at one particular location. And we can do that spectroscopic analysis even from a satellite which is revolving around Earth. So first is chlorophyll content in the vegetation of a specific location. We do that. Yes, we do that. Chlorophyll is a biological molecule. Again, spectroscopic analysis. In fact, अगर आपने environment पढ़ा है, तो environment में जो हम forest cover निकालते हैं, तो forest cover निकालने का जो सबसे हमारा simple तरीका होता है, वो chlorophyll content measure करना होता है. That actually helps us in calculating the forest cover. This also has a criticism because it only tells you about forest cover, does not tell you about the quality of forest, that what type of quality we are talking about. So first is true, chlorophyll content. Second, greenhouse gas emissions. Now greenhouse gases are nothing but some chemical, either it is carbon dioxide, it is N2O, CH4, hydrofluorocarbon, right? So yes, we can determine that. Land surface temperature, yes, we can determine that also. So all three of them are possible. The answer is D. So the remote sensing satellites हैं, they are very sophisticated. Forget about these things. ये तो चलो surface पे present हैं. Remote sensing satellites can also tell you about presence of minerals and even underground water resources. Because जहाँ पे भी underground water resources बहुत ज़्यादा हैं, वहाँ का जो surface property होगा, that surface property will be little bit different compared to the surrounding. And remote sensing satellites can tell you that information. And with that information, now you can start exploration and you can determine if water is present or not. So even for underground water resources, mineral resources, I can use remote sensing satellite. So the answer is all of the above. A lot of techniques are used. You have synthetic aperture radar technique, light detection and ranging technique, hyperspectral imaging. All of these techniques are used by remote sensing satellite, and these techniques help us in determining the physical and chemical properties of a particular area. This question is going to be an important topic for coming years also, mainly because of LIGO India now. That recently scientists observed the merger of giant black holes, billions of light years away from the Earth. What is the significance of this observation? Again, this is a question inspired from current affairs. The answer is gravitational waves were detected. This topic has been asked. In fact, let me show you one more question. So ये 2019 का क्वेश्चन है. एंड ये 2020 का क्वेश्चन है. The experiment will employ a trio of spacecraft flying in the formation in the shape of an equilateral triangle that had side 1 million kilometers long with lasers shining between the craft. Right? So the answer is evolved LISA. That is the answer. But both of them, जो दोनों का common theme है वो gravitational wave है. UPSC has asked question about gravitational waves in other of their examinations also. जो ये CDS या CAPF का जो एग्जाम लेते हैं वहाँ पे भी पूछ रखा है और ज़्यादा डिटेल्ड क्वेश्चन पूछ रखा है. एंड आई एक्चुअली एक्सपेक्ट देम टू आस्क अगेन इन फ्यूचर in prelims or mains examination, mainly because of LIGO India. That now government of India has commissioned that another gravitational wave observatory will be constructed in Maharashtra, right? ये आपने news में पढ़ा होगा. So because of that news, this topic becomes even more important, right? So gravitational waves are very interesting. That gravitational waves are not vibration of some parameter into space. They are vibration of space itself. Now that is a very interesting thing. That when I say that there is a wave often means some sort of oscillation is happening, right? Things are going back and forth, up and down, in a very nice periodic manner. That is the meaning of wave. Something is changing in a very nice periodic manner. For example, when I speak, then the air particles around me are coming together and going away together. Right? So when they come together, the pressure increases. When they go away, the pressure decreases. And now that change in pressure is propagating through this medium and it can enter to your ears. Your ears have eardrums. Those eardrums will start vibrating based on that pressure and your brain knows what to do with that vibration. Your brain knows how to measure that vibration and now you can listen to what I'm saying. If I go into space, and I utter a word, you're not going to listen to anything because there is nothing which is carrying that pressure. There is no air there. It is not going to carry that pressure. Light is also a wave. Light is electromagnetic wave. That it is a vibration of electric field and magnetic field. That electric and magnetic field can vibrate in a medium, but even without a medium. Because fundamentally it is a vibration of field, not particles. Hence it can vibrate even in vacuum. But still it is vibrating into space. When I use the word gravitational wave, then it means that forget about something vibrating into space. The space in itself is vibrating. The space in itself is changing in a periodic manner, right? And that is a mind-boggling thing. What Einstein predicted, as I said, that Einstein का जो special theory of relativity है, that tells us that space and time are not different from each other. But he's more famous for his second theory, which is called general theory of relativity. And general theory of relativity predicts that forget about space-time. Space-time themselves depend upon gravity. That if I am around a very heavy object, then the space-time curvature will be much, much more. आप ऐसे इसको imagine कर लो कि मेरे पास कोई बर्तन है उसमें मैंने कपड़ा बांध रखा है. Like I have completely tied up with a cloth and I keep a very heavy object. So that is going to cause some sort of depression at the center. So imagine this in 3 dimensions. It's very difficult to imagine. So a very heavy object around it creates this curvature into space-time. And all of the objects around it because of this curvature start moving. So this is a consequence of general theory of relativity. That space-time themselves are dependent upon gravity. But Einstein predicted a lot of things. He predicted that universe is expanding. His theory predicted that black holes can exist, right? His theory predicted that time can differ at different locations. जैसे sun पे जो time जैसे spend हो रहा है और earth पे जैसे जो time spend हो रहा है, they are not exactly same because sun is much more heavier than earth. So our entire notion of space-time was challenged by Einstein and it was correctly challenged. Now we know that all of those ideas are correct. When he was alive, people doubted it and there was no way to confirm it. But now we have confirmed it. We know all of those ideas to be accurate. In any case, one of the prediction was that if there is a event which produces huge amount of energy, we cannot even imagine the type of energy I'm talking about. Cataclysmic event, right? जो प्रलय लाने वाला कुछ event हो. two black holes colliding. When two black holes collide, they can produce so much of energy that that energy cannot be produced by the entire galaxy together. I'm talking about billions of stars undergoing nuclear fusion simultaneously, and two black holes colliding can produce more energy than those billions of stars combined. So when an event of such cataclysmic scale occurs, then it is going to cause vibration into space-time. That space-time in itself is going to change, right? Space will come closer and go away from each other. So forget about something vibrating into space. Space in itself is vibrating, and space-time in itself is vibrating for that matter. Those vibrations are called gravitational waves. They are going to propagate with speed of light all throughout the universe. Now, if they are being produced by some low energy producing event, then those vibrations will be so small that we cannot detect it. But if they have been produced by cataclysmic event, where two black holes have collided, a neutron star has merged into a black hole, a star has undergone a very powerful supernova explosion. In such cases, we can have gravitational waves, and those gravitational waves can be detected by this setup, which is this L-shaped setup, and this setup is called LIGO, Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory. And this setup for the first time detected gravitational wave in 2015, and after that many more detections occurred, and that is why this question was asked in 2019, that billions of light years away black holes merged and gravitational waves were detected. And on Earth lot of things are there, lot of things can affect our observation, right? जैसे LIGO एक नहीं है, बहुत सारे setups हैं, US में 2 हैं, इटली में है, जापान में है, जर्मनी में है, इंडिया में भी होगा. Because if that vibration is occurring because of earthquake, how to filter that out? So that is why we need many such setups. That if all of those setups are going to show the similar result, then we know that it is because of gravitational wave. So how that will work? Because in this setup, if a gravitational wave has passed by, then that length, which right now is 4 kilometers, that length in itself is going to change. So if gravitational wave has passed by us, then our length is going to change. We are going to get squeezed and stretched. But that squeeze and stretch is so small that we do not feel it. But I want to make a device which can feel it, which can measure that squeeze and stretch. And that is what this LIGO setup is all about, right? So now there is another setup in India. And jo Evolve LISA hai, that is a proposed experiment. It hasn't been launched as of now. It is a proposal by European Space Agency that we are going to send 3 spacecraft. All the time they will make a triangular formation around Earth, and all of the time they will illuminate each other with laser. They will keep measuring their distance. If that distance changes in all 3 of them, then it is because of gravitational wave, right? So this is a proposed experiment. It hasn't even been launched as of now, but it was asked in 2020, right? So answer is Evolved LISA. Voyager 2 as of now is a mission which was in news, by the way, just recently last week. It has crossed solar system. New Horizon is a mission which monitored Kuiper Belt, Pluto. LISA Pathfinder was a mission of European Space Agency which is going to pave the way for Evolved LISA. So LISA Pathfinder is also for gravitational wave, but it is going to pave the path of Evolved LISA. It is called E-LISA. So D is the correct answer here. And expect a question in coming years also because of LIGO India. This question, 2022, if a major solar flare reaches the Earth, which of the following are possible effects on Earth, right? Solar flares occur randomly somewhere on sun, right? So solar flare on telescopes will look something like this. And just to give you a comparison, this is Earth. So you can imagine the size of solar flare compared to Earth. The amount of energy solar flares produce is more than 1,000 of atomic bombs being exploded together. It's a very powerful energy producing region. And that is going to release a lot of high energetic particles towards Earth. And those particles can cause some problem here, some damage here. Right? So for example, The first is that GPS and navigation satellites could fail. Yes, that is correct, because they will give lot of energy to the Earth's atmospheric particle. They're going to cause lot of movement of charged and magnetized particles, and that is going to cause GPS and navigational system to fail. Tsunamis could occur at equatorial region? Not at all. Tsunamis occur only and only because of very powerful earthquake. So उसका solar flare से कोई relation नहीं है. वहाँ से भी आपका answer आ जाएगा, but again, we cannot rely upon that technique. Power grids could be damaged, that is also a possibility. Very powerful solar flare means more charged magnetized particles here, and magnetic particles jitne strong honge, they are going to produce more electric field that will cause a surge of electricity in our power grid, and that can easily lead to global power outage. So solar flare, a very powerful solar flare, in theory has the potential to cause a power outage across a major part of planet. So that is also true. Intense auroras could occur over much of the earth, that is also true. So as of now, auroras occur in polar regions, and auroras do occur because of solar particle. That those solar particles are interacting with Earth's atmospheric particle, and that interaction produces this beautiful light, which we call aurora. So because of Earth's magnetic field, we are protected from all of those charged and magnetized particles. But if that intensity is very high, then Earth's magnetic field will not be enough to protect us. And in such cases, auroras can occur not just in polar areas, but in other areas also. So that is also true. Forest fires could take place over much of the planet. There is no study which establishes the relationship between solar flare and forest fire. So that is not true. Orbits of satellites could be disturbed. That is true. We are talking about movement of so much of particles, but just imagine, often we think of force, we think that that force should occur because of a very large object. But trillions of particles colliding with you simultaneously, even that can have a major impact on it. So yes, orbits of satellites can be affected, and shortwave radio communication of aircraft flying over polar regions could be interrupted. That is also true. So you eliminate 2, वहाँ से भी answer आ गया. Answer is 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, right? So all of the possible effects of solar flares, they are given here, and इससे ज़्यादा कुछ होता भी नहीं है. मतलब in fact ये जो option दे रखा है UPSC ने 1, 3, 4, 6, 7 यही होता भी है. सोलर फ्लेयर का जो इम्पैक्ट है होता भी यही है, इससे ज्यादा और कुछ होता भी नहीं है. This was a question because of continuous coverage of James Webb Space Telescope into newspaper. Again, this is a question inspired from current affairs, and again that pattern, how many pairs are matched, right? So astronomical objects into space, and their description is given. You have to find out that how many of them are correct, right? So look at all of them one by one. So few which are very popular. There's pulsars are very popular. Pulsars remain in news a lot. Pulsars occur when a very heavy star, a star much heavier than sun, almost 1.5, 2 times, 3 times heavier than sun, when it collapses at the end of its life, that leads to a very powerful explosion called supernova. But after that explosion, it fundamentally converts into a star we call neutron star. Neutron star can be as big as maybe the country of Brazil, right? That big. But it will be heavier than thousands of, forget about thousands, it will be heavier than maybe sun also. So a very dense object. We are talking about a very dense object. And the smaller it is, it rotates faster and faster. As I said, again, theory, science is same. Conservation of angular momentum. That as it shrinks, it starts spinning faster and faster. And because of that spinning, it produces so much of energy that even if that energy has been produced millions of light years away, we can detect them. And we can detect them with a very nice periodic pattern. So we call such neutron star pulsar. So third is true, neutron stars that are formed when massive stars run out of fuel and collapse, we call this collapse supernova. Third is true, so I know that one pair is correct. Second, nebula. Now nebula is again, it has remained in news a lot because of Webb telescope. Nebulas are those regions where you have all the raw material available for formation of new stars. That we are talking about stellar dust, stellar gases. That dust and gases, as they collide together at very high energy, they form core of star. We call that protostar. And in millions of years, that protostar will finally emerge as a very large star, such as sun. That is called main sequence. So sun का जो अभी stage है, we call that main sequence. So sun is about 4.5 billion years old, and it is going to illuminate for again about 3 billions more. But the region where stars emerge, we call those regions as nebula, which is formed of all the stellar dust and cloud. So giant clouds of dust and gas in space, that is description of nebula. So clearly neither 1 and 2 are correct. So even if I do not know, ऐसा नहीं कि elimination बिल्कुल ही खत्म हो गया. In this case, even if I do not know about first, what are Cepheads, I do not know. But then I know that what are nebula, and that description is given here. I know that ये nebula होगा, right? So maybe this is Cepheid or not, I do not have to worry because I know that both of them are not correct. So only one is the correct answer here. By the way, Cepheids are this. These are stars which brighten and dim periodically, and that change in brightness plays a very important role in measuring astronomical distances. Right? So the correct answer here is only one. This was a question asked because of Navik program of India, right? So because of Navik, because Navik is now going to become functional, it has remained in news a lot. Government is asking many private companies, mobile phone companies, that you should have a Navik receiver apart from a GPS receiver. We want to become independent of GPS. So all of the time this was being covered into newspaper, and because of that UPSC did ask this question, that which of the following countries does have its own satellite navigation system? Many countries have this, right? So you have US, you have Russia, China, Europe, India and Japan. These are the exact number of countries who have their navigation satellite system. But जो Japan का navigational satellite system है, that is not even an independent system. It works with GPS. It further increases the accuracy of GPS in Asia Pacific region. In contrast, जो इंडिया का सैटेलाइट नेविगेशन सिस्टम है, that is independent, that is not dependent upon GPS or any other satellite system. So correct answer here is D, and this satellite system is called quasi-zenith satellite system. Quasi because it has 4 satellites, right? So 4 satellites which further enhances the accuracy of GPS satellites into Asia Pacific region. So any questions in this topic? Let's take a break here. After that, we will resume the class. I cannot speak for so long. So the next two topics, biotechnology and health, they are very important for prelims examination. This is a controversial question. Controversial question in the sense that somebody had some definition in their mind, and based on that definition they have formed its statements. With reference to the recent developments in science, which one of the following statements is not correct? Right? So we know that 3 of them are correct, 1 of them is not correct. Ideally, you should definitely try to attempt such questions. These questions are often analytical questions rather than factual questions. Right? So functional chromosomes can be created by joining segments of DNA taken from cells of different species. Pieces of artificial functional DNA can be created into lab. A piece of DNA taken out from an animal cell can be made to replicate outside a living cell in a lab. Cells taken out from plants and animals can be made to undergo cell division in lab petri dishes. What should be the correct answer? First of all, if you know the answer, I am not asking you. I genuinely am asking to students who do not know the answer, like who haven't seen this question, like any one of you. So I actually want you to analyze options, and before coming to the correct answer, I just want you to perhaps think that at least some of them seem to be correct, 1 or 2 of them. So try to find that which seem very obviously correct. And then we will come to the answer part also. Right, so D seems obviously correct. Cells taken out from plants and animals can be made to undergo cell division in lab petri dishes. We do that all the time. Cell division lab mein karana under suitable conditions, it's not a big deal, right? With the one of the simplest thing, all of the things which are written, this is one of the simplest thing which can be achieved. A piece of DNA taken out from an animal cell can be made to replicate outside a living cell in a lab. That is also true. That we can do now. We can easily do that. We can replicate DNA, right? Outside living cell. That, think about, सबसे बढ़िया example तो आपने जो RT-PCR test कराया वही है. Think about that. कि RT-PCR test में हम क्या कर रहे हैं? हमने virus का sample लिया. That virus is a RNA virus. RNA viruses have genetic material RNA. RNA is prone to degradation very fast. So we convert that RNA, there is a process called reverse transcription. So transcription is where DNA transcribes to RNA. So the exact opposite process is reverse transcription, that we are now making a DNA. DNA molecules are more stable, and now we are making millions of copies of them, which signifies this word polymerase chain reaction. So even if you know about RT-PCR test, even then you know that this is also correct. So I know that answer will be either A or B, right? So again, why I said that this is a controversial question? Because somebody had some definition of this word functional chromosome, right? But that definition, if you define it in some liberal way, then even, by the way, correct answer here is A. But even A seemed to be correct if I define functional chromosome more liberally. The reason why I said UPSC considered A to be not correct, by the way, B is possible. Pieces of artificial functional DNA can be created into, DNA is a molecule after all. Remember, it is a molecule. We know about that molecule structure. I can use individual components. It has few bases, few enzymes, a sugar, a phosphate molecule. We can make DNA molecule into lab. But first part, the reason why this may not seem to be correct, that functional chromosomes can be created by joining segments of DNA taken from cell of different species. Now, there are two things here. Can we join segments of DNA from 2 species? Yes, the answer is yes. But do we call it functional DNA? Functional DNA, functional chromosome means that we are now talking about that we have developed an entirely different species here. A species, and we can make a species out of it. So if you define it like that, then no, we do not have that capability. But does that DNA can have some application in gene editing? Then answer is yes, it can have applications. In that sense, is it a functional chromosome? So that is why I am saying that this is frankly a debatable question. And in the current जो अभी पैटर्न है जहाँ पे आप यूपीएससी को प्रेजेंटेशन दे सकते हो, दिस विल बी वन ऑफ दोज क्वेश्चंस वेयर यू कैन गिव अ प्रेजेंटेशन. I don't know something will happen or not, right? But even A can be considered to be correct if I liberally define the meaning of functional chromosome. But nonetheless, out of all the 4 options, A is not correct, right? B, C, D definitely are correct. A is not correct, and that is why finally the answer was given as A. This question was not cancelled. But it is a difficult question, I will say that. Exactly, नहीं, but gene editing में जब हम वही मैंने बोला, if I am talking about application in gene editing versus if I am talking about functional chromosome itself, तो यहाँ पे जो ये functional chromosome का क्या मतलब होगा, उसको लेके इन्होंने पूरा ट्रैप खेला है कि can I make a functional chromosome out of different species, right? So how do I define functional chromosome? Because if I am doing that for gene editing, then yes, it is a functional chromosome. But am I talking about that I have developed a genetic material with like cross genetic properties here? I have developed an entirely different species with unique set of DNA. Then this capability we do not have. In that sense, first statement is not true. So again, I will again say that it is a controversial question. This question, 2019, RNA interference technology has gained popularity in the last few years. Why? So first of all, again, this is a question of basic biology with applications in biotechnology, goes without saying. Hence, I have kept it in biotechnology. So first thing we should know about RNA interference. The role of DNA and RNA molecules, their role in protein synthesis, जो DNA का जो पूरा role है हमारे genetic expression में, all of those things should be very clear for prelims and mains examination. So biotechnology का जो basic understanding है, especially जो genetics का basic understanding है, that is a very important topic for prelims or mains examination. जैसे we do know that DNA has all, it's like a blueprint of our makeup. That every property, lot of traits which we have is because of our DNA. Right, and those traits we call them genetic traits. But DNA plays also a very important role in protein synthesis. It does not make protein all by itself. It first transcribes into an RNA molecule, a messenger RNA molecule, which has all this information that how to make that protein. And that messenger RNA goes to ribosome. It develops its own another RNA called ribosomal RNA, which helps in protein synthesis. So जो पूरा protein production है, it's a very complex process, very interesting process, and both DNA and RNA molecules play a very important role. But then our body has mechanism which is called RNA interference. RNA interference में DNA molecule देखो एक ही type का होगा, found at 2 places, at nucleus, at mitochondria. But there can be many types of RNA molecules, right? I can have messenger RNA, I can have ribosomal RNA, transfer RNA, small RNA, micro RNA. So जो small or micro RNA है, what they do is that they silence one genetic expression. मान लो there is some undesirable genetic expression, or maybe you have been infected by some bacteria or some virus. That bacteria or virus is trying to hijack your cellular mechanism. In such cases, that hijacking, it needs to stop. So in such cases, you have this method which naturally exists inside our body, inside many species in fact, not just in human beings, which we call RNA interference. That RNA interference means that again we are talking about small RNA molecules, and these small RNA molecules play a very important role in silencing of some genetic expression. That silencing may be a necessary thing, right? That silencing is required because this method is trying to regulate protein production. That जो भी protein production है, it should occur at accurate, adequate time, wherever it is actually required. Unnecessary, we do not want protein synthesis to occur. So in that capacity, जो small RNA molecules हैं, they play a very important role, that some gene silencing can occur naturally. Once we understood it, that this is a natural process which exists inside our body, then now we are developing tools based on that. That can we make small RNA molecules which will help in gene silencing, which can help in certain taking care of at least few diseases? The answer is yes. That is what this question is all about. So it is used in developing gene silencing therapies. That is exact definition of RNA interference. Again, I will repeat, this occurs naturally, not just in human beings, in many species. This occurs naturally. The gene silencing पूरा जो process है. But we can develop therapies out of it. So first is true. It can be used in developing therapies for the treatment of cancer. Yes, some explorations are happening. That may be some gene silencing which leads to some erratic growth of cell, which we call tumor, that can be controlled with the help of RNA interference. It can be used to develop hormone replacement therapy. Now, hormone replacement therapy simply means that some hormone either in excess or in deficient is being produced. तो हार्मोन रिप्लेसमेंट थेरेपी के लिए हमको जीन साइलेंसिंग की ज़रूरत नहीं है. उसके लिए सिंपल इंजेक्शन, सिंपल कैप्सूल, सिंपल मेडिसिन दे आर गोइंग टू बी सफिशिएंट. डायबिटीज़ हो गया, आपको थायरॉक्सिन का इशू है, बहुत सारे चीज़ें हैं. ऑल ऑफ दिस कैन बी इजीली टेकन केयर ऑफ by taking medicines or injections. We do not have to go for RNA interference technology. It can be used to produce crop plants that are resistant to viral pathogens. Again, ये first, fourth same है. ये जो first and fourth है different नहीं है. ये same चीज़ें हैं. That yes, we are talking about silencing one gene expression. In this case, that is viral gene. So fourth is also true. Answer is 1, 2, and 4. A is the correct answer. Right. So this is, I know for a fact that this is given in class 11th or 12th biology. I do not recommend reading class 11th and 12th science except biology chapters. And not all of the chapters of biology, but chapters on biotechnology, chapters on health, chapters on ecology, biodiversity, definitely read them from NCERT, right? Not all of them, but few chapters can be very helpful in your preparation. So this is not just covered into many like lot of newspaper articles, but it is also given in basic textbook. Yes, so gene, but as of now we are not using it. ज़रूरत ही नहीं है. So जहाँ पे the question is, and that's a very valid question, कि even जो hormone का जो पूरा, because hormone is also a type of protein if you think about it, right? So in that sense, that can RNA interference help in, let's say for example, silencing some sort of hormone? So theoretically the answer is yes, maybe it is possible, but it is not required. We do not even have to go for that. Lot of hormones, जैसे lot of जहाँ पे भी hormonal therapy हम करते हैं, उसके लिए हम simply injections या medicines वगैरह use कर सकते हैं, while in other cases it can be very challenging. So as of now, hormone replacement therapy के लिए RNA interference तो नहीं use कर रहे हैं. फिर भी कोई option है भी नहीं. That is another good thing about this, that could it be used for hormone replacement therapy? If the question was could it be used, then I think why not? Yes, maybe it can be. But is it actually being used? Is it someone even exploring use of RNA interference? Not that I know of, right? So answer is 1, 2, and 4 here. This is a very popular topic of UPSC. कम से कम 2-3 बार question आ रखा है CRISPR-Cas9 पे. So CRISPR-Cas9 is a gene editing technique and a very precise gene editing technique. This technique we learned from bacteria, to be very honest with you, that bacteria can also be infected with viruses. Some scientists were exploring that how bacteria save themselves from viral infection. जैसे हमारा immune system है, हमारा immune system भी देखो बड़ा complex है, बहुत interesting है, बहुत complex है. We can fight off so many pathogens, right? In some cases, our body's immune system is going to fail, and that is how we require therapies, we require medicines and all of those things. But we can fight off lot of infection without any type of therapy. So even bacteria have, not all of them have immune system, but some bacteria have this immune system which we call CRISPR-Cas9. That there is part of their DNA which can quickly identify that which part is being infected by virus. It has all this database of all the previous infection. So it can quickly identify that where virus has infected, and then based on that it can produce a guided RNA. That guided RNA leads to production of this protein called Cas9, and that Cas9 can remove that viral DNA part. So once we understood that how this is working, then scientists asked this question, that can we replicate this process into lab? Can we do the same thing into a lab setup where we have a guided RNA molecule? That guided RNA molecule has all this tool available that it can identify which part of DNA needs to be removed, and then associate this guided RNA with Cas9. Cas9 is that enzyme which removes that part of DNA. So imagine Cas9 as molecular scissor. That molecular scissor, it is removing a strand of DNA, a double-stranded cut, it can allow that to happen. So it will occur, Cas9 will be introduced with a guided RNA molecule. That guided RNA molecule will identify the site, and Cas9 enzyme is going to lead to this gene editing. So the answer is very simple here, right? A molecular scissors used in targeted gene editing, right? It's the most precise gene editing tool which is available to human beings as of now. I also expect a question on CRISPR-Cas9 somewhere in future in mains examination. In prelims, at least thrice it has been asked. It was discovered in 2012. So it has been asked, I think, in 2015 also, 17, 18 also, and this question also. So either directly or in matching pair, that Cas9 de rakha hai, uska description de rakha hai, how many pairs are matched, something like that. So it has been asked in previous examination also. Not in mains examination, but I do see a question in mains examination in future. This question becomes very relevant this year again. Pro-nuclear transfer. So this was in news in 2017, to be very honest with you, because UK became the first country to allow this technology. And again, it is in news right now because using that technology, the first baby has been born, right? So this is a mitochondrial replacement therapy technology. Now, there are two questions based on this. Let me show you one more question. This question. 2021 में. That passing on mitochondrial diseases from parent to child can be prevented by mitochondrial replacement therapy before or after in vitro fertilization of egg. That is what pro-nuclear transfer or spindle transfer is. And a child inherits mitochondrial disease entirely from mother and not from father. Right? So both of them are correct here. Answer is both 1 and 2. But ये 2021 का क्वेश्चन है and उसी का एक बेसिक सिंपल सा वर्जन उन्होंने पूछ रखा था. Pro-nuclear transfer. So pro-nuclear transfer, fundamentally as I said, that our genetic material is divided, जो DNA है, that is divided into two parts. Most of our genetic material is in nucleus, right? But a very small fraction of that is also in mitochondria. We call that mitochondrial DNA. Now mitochondrial DNA has its own unique structure. It is not helical, it is circular. Mitochondrial DNA we only and only inherit from our mother, right? We do not inherit that from father, while nuclear DNA is inherited by both mother and father, right? Mitochondrial DNA has only about 37 genes, and जो आपका nuclear DNA है, that has about 20 to 25,000 genes. So आप difference देख सकते हो कि how small fraction that is, but even that small fraction plays a very important role. Now all of you know about genetic disorders, that there can be diseases, but I can further divide those genetic disorders into two categories. That genetic disorder because of nuclear DNA and genetic disorder because of mitochondrial DNA. Now genetic disorders in general are very difficult to treat. Maximum in many cases they are untreatable. In many cases all we can do is we can manage their symptoms. Some are treatable, but many of them are not. And if it is mitochondrial DNA disorder, if mitochondria DNA is defective, then it becomes even more difficult to treat because of the challenges in its structure, function. So how to take care of this issue? So that is what mitochondrial replacement therapy is, or a more popular word is 3-parent baby. That now we have a 3-parent baby with 2 mother and 1 father. So what we do in such cases, it can occur in 2 ways. This is one technology, pro-nuclear transfer, but other technology is called spindle transfer or maternal spindle transfer. That now we have tools available. So both of them will have the same result, that the defective mitochondria hai, that will be removed with a healthy donor. But both of them are slightly different, that when that replacement therapy will occur. One will occur before fertilization of egg, another will occur after fertilization of egg. So imagine that I have a egg cell of a mother, right? That egg cell, remember, mitochondria we only inherit from mother. So This egg cell has nucleus, it also has mitochondria, but this mitochondria is defective, right? I have to replace that. So one way it can occur is that take a donor egg cell, there is a donor, third mother, hence the word three parent baby. She also has nucleus, she also has mitochondria, but that mitochondria is now healthy. So all I need to do is that I need to first remove this nucleus, right? And here I also need to remove this nucleus. I'm going to destroy this nucleus. Now this is left with only mitochondria. I'm going to replace this nucleus into this egg cell now. Now I have an egg cell that has a healthy nucleus and healthy mitochondria that will be fertilized with a sperm, right? So now in this case, the replacement occurred before fertilization, right? So this is called spindle transfer. In the second case, which UPSC did ask in 2019, is pronuclear transfer. In that case, the only difference is that both of these egg cells will be fertilized with father's sperm. Both of them are going to be fertilized. After fertilization, its nucleus is going to change. We call that pronucleus, right? So both eggs will lead to pronucleus. We are going to remove this pronucleus. We are going to remove this pronucleus. We are going to destroy this. Now we have healthy mitochondria and we are going to replace this pronucleus here. So in this case, again same thing, effect is exactly same. The only difference is that replacement occurred before and after fertilization. So there are two methods to achieve three parent baby. One is called pronuclear transfer, another is called maternal spindle transfer. This topic has again come into news because even though it was allowed few years ago, finally a baby has been born with now DNA from two mother and of course father. So this question is very simple. The answer is prevention of mitochondrial diseases in offspring. Right? D is the correct answer here. Why can't we? Remove mitochondria matlab? No, but we are doing that. Exactly that is what we are doing. So you are saying that if somebody suffers from... Okay, so how are we going to do that? How many cells are we going to do that? So mitochondrial replacement therapy, once we have grown into like big adults, how that is going to work? Sorry? Is that? Of course it is. So if mitochondrial DNA, हाँ जी बताइए. We cannot do that. Once you have become an adult, how are we going to do that? But we can do that at the conception itself. That once you have now fertilization, now this baby is going to grow into with healthy mitochondria and healthy nucleus also, right? So mitochondrial replacement once you are an adult, not possible. That is not going to occur. And again I will repeat, mitochondrial diseases hain, they are so dangerous that many of them are untreatable and even management of symptom becomes very difficult. This question is genetic changes can be introduced in the cells that produce eggs or sperms of a prospective parent. So yes, theoretically that is possible. We call this germline therapy. So I can have our cells can be divided mainly into two parts, somatic cells and sexual cells, germ cells. So somatic cells which has all the 23 pairs of chromosome, right? But जो sexual cells हैं, such as egg and sperm, which only has 23 chromosome. So when we do gene editing in sexual cell, such as into egg and sperm, that is called germline therapy. And yes, it is possible now with the help of CRISPR-Cas9 technique. So it is possible, but it is not allowed. Just in India, it is not allowed, it is banned, it is illegal. Somatic cell therapy, that is allowed. So first, genetic changes can be introduced in the cells that produce eggs or sperm of a prospective parent, that is true. A person's genome can be edited before birth at the early embryonic stage, that is also true. That is still an example of germline therapy. ये जो है, that still is an example of, and I will tell you why this topic was in news. In China, in 2020 का question है, in 2017 there was a news that a Chinese scientist has done this gene editing into an embryo, and by doing this gene editing he made that embryo that he is not going to be infected with HIV, right? But this such type of technique, we call them designer babies, that we are literally designing babies. We are playing with nature, we are designing babies, and it leads to what we call eugenics. Eugenics is that you are trying to develop some sort of superior human beings with superior genetic properties. So ये जो पूरा debate है, very soon this debate becomes plot of like a movie where there is a evil technology or there is a evil corporation which is investing into all sort of like such technologies, right? So this is a very serious debate, and such type of therapies, even though it will start with that we are trying to take care of a disease, but such type of things often leads to very adverse, it has not occurred, but it can lead to adverse consequences. So I remember, in fact, when this happened, even Jennifer Doudna, the person who got Nobel Prize in chemistry for CRISPR-Cas9, she came out publicly out in the open and asked a pause on gene editing. That we need to take a pause, we need to ask some questions first, right? We need to find answers to those questions, and only then we should go ahead with gene editing tool. And human-induced pluripotent stem cell can be injected into embryo of a pig. That is also true. All three of them are correct. Stem cells are like raw material, and that is possible. And vice versa is also possible, by the way, that even pig stem cells, induced pluripotent stem cell, can be used in human beings. So correct answer is 1, 2, and 3. This is a question which I will never suggest you to attempt in this current pattern of how many of them are correct. And there is a very good chance that UPSC is going to now stick to this pattern. There is a chance. Maybe they will at least ask some questions with the previous pattern, if not all of them. But the way this was asked, even though it may seem like a very difficult question, the way it was asked, it can be answered. Right? So I really liked such type of questions because more than facts, it basically focused on your analytical tool. That are you scared just by looking at these 4 big statements? Or do you actually have this capacity to take risk, analyze all of those options then and there, and arrive at the right answer, right? So I really liked such type of questions, but again, in the current pattern, I will not recommend if you are not very sure about these options. Anyways, read these options. That with reference to current trends in the cultivation of sugar cane, this is a question of agriculture, but a bearing on biotechnology, hence I have covered this topic here. A substantial saving in seed material is made when bud chip settlings are raised in a nursery and transplanted in the male field. Now, bud chip settlings look something like this. A very small part of this, iska jo ye part hai which germinates, we want that. And even a single bud is more than enough for your entire plantation. So, काफी सारा material हमारा, that is what it is saying, that it is possible. It can be raised in a nursery, something like that. This is a single bud settling, and it can be transplanted in the main field. First option is true. Second, when direct planting of sets is done, the germination percentage is better with single budded sets as compared to sets with many buds. First of all, by the way, you should know the meaning of these words. If you do not know, then you should not attempt. Third, if bad weather conditions prevail, when sets are directly planted, single budded sets have better survival as compared to large sets. So single bud versus double bud or large bud simply means that now we are talking about more of this. Not just one bud, but a larger part of sugarcane. Right? So hence the word double bud or more budded settlings we are talking about. So if I have double budded or more budded settlings compared to single budded, which will have more chances of survival? Double budded, more budded settlings. So this was again, if you know what it means, then it was actually a very easy question. So both second and third are not correct. Fourth is sugarcane can be cultivated using settlings prepared from tissue culture. Tissue, you take some tissue, grow them into a synthetic medium into lab, and then you go for plantation. It is possible. That we can do for many things. Sugarcane ko karna to bahut aasan hai fir bhi. So first and four are correct, second and third are not correct. Answer is C here. So my point here is that if such questions are asked, in that previous pattern, then I think you should attempt it. Do not be scared. And by the way, even today, do not be scared of questions. No matter how difficult the theme may suggest, you will think that maybe I do not know anything about it. But you will realize that even then you can attempt questions. So ये तो बहुत important है कि किसी question से डरना तो है ही नहीं. कोई भी question से नहीं डरना है. वो attempt करना है नहीं करना है, that is a separate question. You will decide that. But इसलिए आपको नहीं छोड़ना है कि you do not know at all about theme. Even then you can do some analysis and find the correct answer. There are many questions like that, and there are questions where even if you know the theme, and even then they will not be attemptable. Okay. Because ये जो पूरा tissue culture, single bud, double bud, all of these are part of agricultural biotechnology. So biotechnology has applications in many areas, not just in healthcare. It can have applications in industry. It can have applications in agriculture also. But agriculture में कहाँ fit करोगे आप इसको? Because agricultural science तो कहीं पे है नहीं. हम इस टॉपिक को कहाँ fit करेंगे? I don't think so. So for example, we study agriculture mainly at 3 places. आप या तो economy में पढ़ते हो, but economy में you are mainly reading about issues, marketing, all of those things. Geography में आप पढ़ते हो, geography में आप पढ़ते हो कि climate, soil कैसे determine करेगा कि कौन सा crop हमको क्या करना है. And then you study environment, कि वहाँ पे आप issues पढ़ते हो, कि agriculture के क्या issues हैं, excess use of water, fertilizer, power, इसके क्या issues हैं. But ये इन तीनों में fit नहीं बैठेगा. So it is going to fit in agricultural biotechnology, hence I have covered this topic here. They can do that. So there is nothing, as I said, that syllabus in prelims is general awareness in the field of science and technology. So they can ask such questions. I do know the source of this question, by the way, and the source is so obscure that I often wonder that why do they pick these sources. And I will give you a few more examples. इस साल के पेपर में 2-3 ऐसे questions हैं जहाँ पे ऐसे sources वो क्या expect करते हैं candidate से, क्यों जाके economics जैसे I will show you a question. ये क्वेश्चन देखो, एरियल मेटाजेनोमिक. ये आप पिछला 10 साल का हिंदू इंडियन एक्सप्रेस उठा लो, कहीं पे आपको नहीं मिलेगा. इंडिया के किसी न्यूज़पेपर में नहीं छपा है. This was covered into a very famous magazine, by the way. I should tell you that it is one of the most famous magazine at the global stage. The name is Economist. But are you really expecting UPSC aspirants to read Economist? And that was covered into, this technology was covered into Economist magazine. By the way, they picked one more question from Economist, that question on carbon market, which nobody knows answer right now, to be very honest with you. उसका आंसर A, B, C कुछ भी हो सकता है. तो वो जो carbon market वाला question है, that is also one of those questions which is very controversial. And that was also picked, the 2 statements were directly picked from Economist. What are you expecting? चलो वो तो चलो फिर भी थोड़ा बहुत एनालिसिस कर सकते हैं, एनालिटिकल क्वेश्चन है, बट ये तो अवेयरनेस है. एरियल मेटाजेनोमिक एंड इंटायरली न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी, ओनली कवर्ड इनटू इकोनॉमिस्ट मैगजीन, नोवेयर कवर्ड इनटू एनी ऑफ द न्यूज़पेपर्स. सो व्हाट आर यू रियली आस्किंग फ्रॉम एस्पिरेंट्स, दैट शुड आई गो एंड रीड इकोनॉमिस्ट? Right? So I really hope that somebody looks after such things. There is some I don't think there is one. I don't think there is any accountability mechanism. But again, I do not expect, जैसे ये वाला जो example है, ये जो sugar cane वाला question है, that has been picked from, now as of now not from some obscure global magazine, but from one of the technological universities. There is some agricultural university who have written down a research paper on it, and they have picked up all the statements from that research paper, right? You can just search these keywords and you will find this, that which research paper I am talking about. But again, ये क्या आप बना रहे हो, आप क्या question बना रहे हो, कहाँ से pick कर रहे हो? And by the way, अगर बना भी रहे हो तो it should not be a factual question. Like it should be a logical question that students can apply some logic, some analysis, and can answer those questions. Recombinant vector vaccine. Again, look how many questions of vaccines and etc. were asked by UPSC. So recombinant vector vaccine are those vaccines where we are not using the entire pathogen, right? We are also not using its genetic material. We are using the antigen part of it. that any part of pathogen, I do not have to use the entire bacteria, entire virus. I have to use a part of that bacteria, part of that virus. That part is more than enough to elicit an immune response in our body, right? So we call such vaccines as recombinant vector vaccines. Genetic engineering is applied in the development of these vaccines. That is true because again, recombinant DNA technology का मतलब यही होता है that I'm talking about taking DNA strand, which I discussed in the previous topic, that we can take DNA strand from different species and can make a DNA into lab. And bacteria and viruses are used as vectors. That is also true. So in gene editing, for example, or in replication of genetic material, bacteria and viruses can be used because they multiply a lot. So for example, what you do here is that with the help of bacteria, you have developed a recombinant DNA, right? And then you infect, you add that recombinant DNA to some bacteria, and those bacteria are going to multiply, and immediately you have many copies of that recombinant DNA. So both A and B, both 1 and 2 are correct. Answer is both 1 and 2. Right? So this is again a question which was asked because of all the discussion surrounding COVID-19 vaccine. In fact, there is one more question which I have covered into healthcare. That is also a question about COVID-19 vaccine. This we already have discussed. Both 1 and 2 are correct here also. Ball guard 1, ball guard 2. अब ये generally देखो news में, to be very honest with you, there is only one genetically modified crop which is legally allowed in India, right? BT cotton, right? All of us know that. BT cotton basically uses a bacterial genome, and that bacterial genome is added to cotton, but that bacterial genome makes it resistant to various type of insects and pests, right? So we call that BT cotton. The technique we use it because a lot of those pests are bollworms. So it is ball guard is literally protection from those worms we are talking about. So cotton was very much vulnerable to bollworms, bollworm attack, and ball guard technique is a gene editing technique where we have used this bacterium and we have modified it in a way that now it has protection from those bollworm attacks. Hence we call these techniques as ball guard technique. Right? So ball guard technique simply means having a type of crop such as BT cotton, which is giving you protection from certain type of insects and pests, which can be collectively called bollworms. So answer here is developing genetically modified crop plant, and because we only have one crop, genetically modified crop, which is legally allowed, and we use ball guard 1 or ball guard 2 techniques to develop that. This was a question, again, many questions are inspired from current affairs, from Hindu or Indian Express. So the question is biofilms. So first let me tell you what are biofilms. Just imagine that door here. कि मान लो कोई door पे कोई some bacteria have invaded a place on that door, right? Door metal को invade करना तो चलो मुश्किल है. Imagine some wood here. That there is some wooden material which has been invaded by bacteria. And that wooden material, once bacteria invade it and you are not cleaning it regularly, what happens is that bacteria start emitting enzymes and they make a very nice layer, they make a very nice habitat for themselves. Now this habitat gives them a lot of protection. Like bacteria have a very short lifespan, but ये जो पूरा habitat है, they have created a layer of enzyme around them that gives them protection. Right, and because of that protection, now they are going to multiply much, much faster. Right, so that layer of all those enzymes and that protection, we call them biofilm. So wherever you are not sterilizing surfaces, any surfaces, then it can lead to development of a biofilm. So again, this first you should know the concept, and this concept you should know because again it was in newspapers. ऐसा भी नहीं कि कोई random concept है. So biofilms can form on medical implants with human tissues. It is true. जो बहुत बार जो teeth है आपका, जैसे for example, right, जो artificial teeth after root canal treatment जो लगाते हैं, in such cases you can have those implants. So even cleaning those time to time is very, very important. Biofilms can form on food and food processing surfaces. That is also true. Food का तो बहुत easily infect कर सकता है कोई भी bacteria. If you are not removing that food, if you are not sterilizing it, then yes, biofilms can easily be produced there. And biofilms can exhibit antibiotic resistance. Now, antibiotic resistance is a very favorite topic of UPSC. There is one more question from healthcare which has been asked in men's also. They have asked at least twice in last 10 years, right, on antibiotic resistance. So antibiotic resistance can occur when bacteria have developed resistance against antibiotics. It can occur because of few reasons. That in the process of evolution, they have developed a strain, and that strain is not susceptible to antibiotics. So basically, it can now save themselves. It has developed some sort of immune response against that particular antibiotic. So this can occur naturally, but that natural process we can escalate because of human activities. If there is sanitation issue, if you have lot of waste material which is decomposing, then yes, it can lead to antibiotic development of those strain. And even erratic uses of antibiotics, that excess or under, in both cases, under uses of antibiotics, excess uses of antibiotics, that can lead to antibiotic resistance. So yes, biofilms can lead to antibiotic resistance, because if you are not taking care of those biofilms, then now they have this very nice layer, and from that nice layer they are going to multiply a lot, and the more they multiply, there is a chance here that one strain is going to develop which is going to have immunity against some antibiotic. So third is also true. Answer here is 1, 2 and 3. All three of them are correct. Again, this was covered into newspaper. Microplastics in sewage becomes hub for drug resistant bacteria. This is what is given in this particular picture. Attachment, growth of biofilm and dispersal also. ऐसा नहीं कि खाली some will disperse also in time and they are going to infect some other region also. Again, another question on vaccine because of COVID-19. Mains में भी आया था. How do vaccines work, right? And same question. Think about that. Serum Institute of India, Covishield, Covaxin, Sputnik 5. The question had 3 parts. 2022 का question I think. The first part was that how do vaccines work? Second was what is their underlying principle, and third was what strategies were adopted by Indian manufacturing companies to develop vaccine for COVID-19. And same question prelims में भी पूछ रखा है 2022 में, right? तो जो mains में पूछा था, जो mains में पूछा है same question prelims में भी था, exact same question same year in prelims and mains. So first, it's Serum Institute of India produced COVID-19 vaccine named Covishield using mRNA platform. यहीं पे गलत है. So what type of vaccine Covishield is? It is fundamentally a live attenuated vaccine, but live attenuated vaccine में हम pathogen use करते हैं in its entirety. But that live attenuated vaccine did not use coronavirus. It used adenovirus. Adenovirus has a similar structure to coronavirus, and adenovirus was modified into lab. An addition of all the spiked protein of coronavirus was done on adenovirus, so that at least for that spiked protein, our body can develop an immune response, right? So adenovirus was given a structure like coronavirus, and then a live attenuated vaccine was made out of it. mRNA vaccine was approved in US, right? In India, mRNA vaccines now have been approved. So first is not correct, वहाँ से भी answer आ गया, but second, third भी देख लेते हैं. Sputnik 5 is manufactured using vector-based platform. That is true. Very similar to ये Covishield, that also used adenovirus only. That also is a live attenuated vaccine. And third, Covaxin is inactivated pathogen-based vaccine. That is true. Covaxin is Indian vaccine, right? Developed by Bharat Biotech, and that used dead version of coronavirus. So not adenovirus, but dead coronavirus. Hence the name inactivated pathogen-based vaccine. So 2 and 3 are correct. B is the correct answer here. DNA barcoding can be a tool. अब देखो, DNA barcoding is a very famous tool. This is used in biodiversity, especially for species classification. Every species has its own genetic structure. We all know that, and even within species, all of us have unique genetic structure. We can determine that. We know about it in detail. So DNA barcoding is a tool to distinguish among species that look alike, right? Identify undesirable animal or plant materials in processed foods. Yes, we can do that, but we cannot assess age based on DNA barcoding. DNA barcoding will only tell you that what genetic material we are talking about, which species we are talking about. It cannot tell you that what is the age of that particular species. So 2 and 3, answer is D here, right? So this is again, even if you do not know about it, you haven't read about it, but still looking at the option and looking at what technology is being asked, you should try to attempt, and there is a chance that you are going to get the correct answer also. Not a factual question. Last 2 questions of biotechnology. एरियल मेटाजेनोमिक, ये इस साल का क्वेश्चन है. तो जो कीवर्ड यहाँ पे हो मेटाजेनोमिक है रादर देन एरियल. द मोर इंपॉर्टेंट वर्ड इज मेटाजेनोमिक्स. मेटाजेनोमिक्स इज अ टेक्निक वेयर वी डू नॉट फोकस ऑन वन जेनेटिक सैंपल, वी फोकस ऑन द इन्वायरमेंट इटसेल्फ. जैसे एक सिंपल सा एग्जांपल ले लो, कोई भी मान लो, कोई आपने क्राइम शोज देखे होंगे, नॉट सीआईडी, राइट? सीआईडी में वो 2 फाइल में लेके बोलते हैं कि दोनों तो सेम डीएनए लग रहे हैं. सो आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट सीआईडी, बट what happens is that, let's say for example, if there is a crime scene, then an investigator, what it will do, it will try to collect as much sample as possible. Everything which is at that particular site will collect it, and will do a genetic analysis. Maybe that genetic analysis will tell you the gene of perpetrator, that who has committed the crime. So in this case, our focus is collecting all of the genetic material together. So again, that is a very specific application. So now imagine that I want to know about species composition in a particular habitat. मान लो मुझे जंगल में देखना है कि कौन से species हैं. So rather than focusing on species, we can collect samples. I can collect soil. मुझे garden में देखना है कौन से species हैं. I can collect the soil from the garden itself. And now I'm going to do the analysis of that soil, and we'll try to find out all the genetic material which is present there. I can do the same thing in case of water. I want to find that in a particular lake, what is the biodiversity, what species are present there. So rather than trying to find all of species individually, let's collect water sample from that lake from different points, from depth, from surface, and let's try to do a genetic analysis, try to find as much genetic material you can find in that sample. So when your focus is on a collective analysis of sample and a genome analysis of all the possibilities in a sample, we call that metagenomic. So even if you do not know aerial metagenomic, but you know metagenomics, then you know the answer is A, right? Collective DNA sample from air. So some researchers, जो economist का article है वो इसलिए था, that some researchers have suggested that we can collect such sample from air also, right? So air, for example, lot of species, as they are migrating, they will leave some genetic sample in the air, right? So we can collect such samples from air, collect air, try to do the genetic analysis of that air sample, and try to find out genetic diversity of that particular habitat, or how species are migrating from one location to another location. I do think that some option can be eliminated here. Just for example, I think this can be eliminated, right? That sending drones to inaccessible areas to collect plant and animal samples, right? So aerial है तो plant animal sample से aerial का कोई relation नहीं है, तो D हम eliminate कर सकते हैं, but very difficult to eliminate B or C, because there are 2 words here: aerial, something to do with air; metagenomics, something to do with gene analysis, genetic analysis, right? So in that case, A, B, C में थोड़ा eliminate करना मुश्किल है, मतलब मेरे लिए तो मुश्किल है. Ideally अगर मुझे नहीं पता है तो I am not going to attempt this question, right? But the answer is A here. So the important keyword here was metagenomics. But this question can be attempted. Microsatellite DNA. If DNA is known for one thing, that is uniqueness of one species, right? So even if you do not know microsatellite, what does that forget about it. Look at the options. Studying the evolutionary relationship among various species of fauna. That we can easily do with DNA. Can we do that with microsatellite DNA? Let's assume that I do not know what is that word microsatellite. I do know what are DNAs, right? I do not know what is microsatellite DNA, and then I am analyzing all the options. So I came across option 1. I think it should be correct. but I don't know. Maybe let's look at other options also. Stimulating stem cells to transform into diverse functional tissues, promoting clonal propagation of horticulture plants, assessing the efficacy of drugs by conducting series of drug trials in a population. None of those are talking about like some distant relation with DNA, yes, here and there, but A seems closest. If I know about DNA, then A seems closest to this option, even if I do not know the word microsatellite. So again, this is my personal analysis, that if I have to attempt, there's a previous question I would have left. That seems like a factual question, right? And I do not know the word metagenomic, I am not going to attempt that question. But this question I will attempt. I know what DNAs are, even if I do not know the word microsatellite. But just to give you a context, microsatellite is a very small fragment of DNA which has less than 7-8 base pairs, not more than 9. As long as we are talking about a fragment of DNA with less than 9 base pairs, we can call it microsatellite. But even that microsatellite DNA is more than enough to answer questions about evolutionary biology. For example, how human beings are related to chimpanzees. Turns out 98%, that our DNA is 98% of the same. And that is more than enough, microsatellite DNA is more than enough to answer that question. So in that sense, A option जो है, correct है. Mini satellite, more base pairs, 10 to 100. Macro satellite, more than 100 base pairs. I was talking about multi-drug resistance, right? So which of the following are reasons for the occurrence of multi-drug resistance? Genetic predisposition of some people? Not at all. कोई relation नहीं है genetic predisposition का. Taking incorrect doses of antibiotics to cure diseases, that has a direct causality with antibiotic resistance. That if you are using antibiotic even in cases where it is not required, then you are killing many bacteria. Maybe just assume that one bacteria here had some immunity against it, but that bacteria has to compete with all other bacteria. So its growth as of now is inhibited. Remember, जैसे हमको resources चाहिए अपने growth के लिए, बैक्टीरिया को भी चाहिए, बैक्टीरिया को भी न्यूट्रिएंट चाहिए, वाटर चाहिए growth के लिए. But that resistant bacteria is now competing with, as of now competing with many other bacteria. Its population still is regulated. When you use excess of antibiotic, then you kill many bacteria, but जो थोड़ा बहुत भी जिसका resistance है, that is not going to get killed. And now it does not have any competition. Now it is going to multiply exponentially. So while it was limited in number, suddenly there is a spurt of growth of that drug resistant bacteria. So in that sense, it can lead to antimicrobial resistance. Using antibiotics in livestock farming, same logic. So third is also true. Multiple chronic diseases in some people, कोई relation नहीं है. Many people thought that 4 should also be true, right? But correct answer is 2 and 3. Fourth का कोई relation नहीं है anti-drug resistance से, multi-drug resistance से. So correct answer is 2 and 3. B is the correct answer here. And by the way, again I will say, this question has been asked twice in mains examination. Once in 2013, there was a question on fixed drug dose combination and its relationship with multi-drug resistance. And there was another question, I think in 2014 or 15, where directly there was a question about what it is and why does it occur. So it's a very popular topic for UPSC, and if you read newspaper daily or regularly, you will find that it is often covered into newspapers also. Sorry. अब इसको हम intuitively समझ सकते हैं. जैसे एक example ले लो, that you come across some news that a person who never smoked suffered from lung cancer. Maybe it occurred because of air pollution, but maybe even though he was living nicely into a rural area where air quality is good, never smoked, never drank alcohol, but suffered from liver cancer, right? Or think about how we are genetically predisposed to have diabetes. Recently there was a study that 2/3 of Indians have predisposition toward diabetes. So it turns out that even our genetic structure determines your vulnerability to various type of diseases. Under same circumstances, everything same, some people have more chances to get infected because of a particular disease than other people, and that fundamentally is dependent upon our genetic makeup. We do not understand it in a lot of detail. I should tell you that we know that it is there, but what exactly, which part of your gene, which part of your DNA, which makes you vulnerable to a particular disease, that we do not understand very well, but we do know that it does happen. That is the meaning of genetic predisposition. This is a question from current affairs. Hepatitis जो है, that is a liver infection. It's a viral liver infection, and many of the hepatitis occurs because of infected blood, infected, even sexual transmission is possible. So the options are, again, you have to find what is not correct. That hepatitis B virus is transmitted much like HIV. That is exactly true. That HIV transmission can occur because of infected blood, infected syringe, sexual transmission. All of those are possibilities in case of hepatitis B. Hepatitis B, unlike hepatitis C, does not have a vaccine. अब देखो ये थोड़ा fact है, but ये बहुत important fact है, and this was covered a lot into newspaper. I remember teaching this topic in current affairs and highlighting on this part that hepatitis C does not have a vaccine. Hepatitis B does have vaccine. Hepatitis B, unlike hepatitis C, does not have a vaccine. Hepatitis B has more than one vaccine. There are more than one vaccine, but hepatitis C even today does not have any vaccine. So that statement even today is not correct. So B is not correct, but बाकी भी देख लो. Globally, the number of people infected with hepatitis B and C viruses are several times more than those infected with HIV. That is also a fact. It was covered. It was released a report by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, World Health Organization also, and that is how we know that C is true. And some of those infected with hepatitis B and C viruses do not show the symptoms for many years. That is also true. That many years later, this virus will activate and you will start showing symptom of liver infection and you will require some sort of liver transplant. Right, so that is also true. But in any case, the most important statement here was that hepatitis C does not have a vaccine, and hence option B is not correct. Another question about vaccine. This time pneumococcal conjugate vaccine. Right, so first let me tell you about conjugate vaccines. Conjugate vaccines are those vaccines where we develop them against those pathogens, especially bacteria. That the bacteria, what they do is that they have a very nice glucose layer around them. Right, they produce glucose molecule. And जो young children हैं, often their immune system is not very well developed. And when they are infected with such type of bacteria, their immune system does not recognize this antigen because of the glucose present around it. So there is a bacterial protein there, that is there. But because of this very nice glucose molecule, it outwits immune system and it leads to this infection. So we develop this vaccine in the same way. That how can we train our body to find this pathogen despite the fact that it is trying to hide itself in this very nice glucose layer. So such type of vaccine we call them conjugate vaccine, and we develop conjugate vaccine in many cases. The very good example is typhoid, for example. The typhoid vaccine, that is an example of conjugate vaccine. Now pneumococcal diseases are group of diseases which occur because of common pathogens. They have common symptoms also. But look at the options. These vaccines are effective against pneumonia as well as meningitis and cespis. All of these are part of this pneumococcal diseases. Dependence on antibiotics that are not effective against drug-resistant bacteria can be reduced. That is also there. These vaccines have no side effects and cause no allergic reaction. देखो ये किसी भी वैक्सीन के लिए ट्रू नहीं है. ये दुनिया में कोई वैक्सीन नहीं है जिसके लिए ट्रू स्टेटमेंट होगा that it is not going to cause any side effect or any allergic reaction. Some side effect can occur. Simplest side effect will be simple type of fever, mild fever, that can occur, but that can also be severe fever. So third statement is a very extreme statement, is not correct, right? First and second are correct, answer is B here. So again, one of those questions which should be attempted. COVID-19 inspired, देखो बहुत questions हैं. अब ये question ideally should have been asked in perhaps 2020, but asked in 2021. That why COVID-19 vaccine had such high transmissible capacity. जैसे as I said that हमारे body का immune system देखो बहुत strong है, right? Our immune system starts with our skin. Our skin does not allow easy infection. Lot of things will be filtered out by our skin also. The second defense mechanism is our membrane, that membrane which we talked about in this case of plant and animal cell. That membrane does not allow bacteria to infect our cell. That is the second layer of defense. So our immune system starts with our skin itself. So what it is about this virus which allows such easy transmission, such easy hijacking of our cellular mechanism? And turns out that we have an enzyme called ACE2, and that ACE2 has a very nice structure which perfectly fits with that spiked protein of coronavirus. Coronavirus का अपने structure देखा होगा एक बार कांटे की तरह जो spikes की तरह निकला है. So that ACE2 enzyme which is part of our cellular machinery, that has a very nice structure which binds itself with coronavirus, and now it easily infects our cells. So in that context it was in news that scientists did research that why coronavirus is such easily being spread from one person to another person, and the answer was this ACE2 enzyme. So the answer here is D, spread of viral diseases. So any type of virus which has this very nice structure, we call them ACE2 can be responsible for that. Another question on health, again because of COVID-19 itself, and especially because of development of vaccines around COVID-19. As I said, adenoviruses were in news because we used adenoviruses to develop a vaccine, both Covishield as well as Sputnik. So adenoviruses have single-stranded DNA genome, whereas retroviruses have double-stranded DNA genome, right? And second is common cold is sometimes caused by an adenovirus, whereas AIDS is caused by retrovirus. What is the correct answer? First of all, what is a retrovirus? And, but not just RNA, there must be something else. Why are we calling them retrovirus? Yeah, you are right. So again, retroviruses are RNA viruses fundamentally. However, they can create a copy of respective DNA out of that RNA. A retro process. Remember, DNA से RNA transcribe होता है. RNA से DNA, that is a retro process. Hence the word retrovirus. जो सबसे famous example retrovirus का है, that is HIV. जो HIV virus है, that is one of the most famous example of retrovirus. So second is true, but first is not true. That adenoviruses have single-stranded DNA genome. Retroviruses have double-stranded DNA genome, no RNA genome. Right? So RNA होता सही होता first. Again, this is a very specific question, and that specific question is asked because the nature of all of these viruses were covered in detail into newspaper because of COVID-19 pandemic. So even though it may seem like a very technical question that we are supposed to know about details of pathogen, but remember these are not all of them. HIV virus always remains in news. Adenovirus was in news because of COVID-19 pandemic. So answer is B here, 2 only. This is a general awareness about healthcare. ये awareness हमारे life के लिए ऐसे भी बड़ा ज़रूरी है, right? हमारा जो gut है, जो पूरा part है जब food ingest करते हैं, जो पूरा intestine है, जो हमारा पूरा pancreas है, it has such high bacterial diversity. The number of bacteria in our gut is more than the total number of human beings who have ever existed, which will be about what? 100 billion. So we have billions of bacteria in our gut, and those bacteria play a very important role in digestion of food, right? So, just for example, right now, and I should tell you that lot of research is happening on that gut bacteria, how to ensure that that gut bacteria remains healthy. Turns out that it is affected by so many things. It is affected by our simple, like eating and sleep disorder. If you're not sleeping on the right time, your gut bacteria is adversely affected. Your digestion will be affected. If you are drinking alcohol on a regular basis, that gut bacteria will be affected. So it is affected by, that is why when you eat antibiotics, often you suffer from loose motion or something like that, because it directly affects your gut bacteria also, right? So that is why whenever very powerful antibiotics are given, doctor will ask you that go and eat some like good bacterial food, probiotic वगैरह खाते रहो. So probiotics are made from both bacteria and yeast. Yeast also plays a very important role in decomposition. So first is true. The organisms in probiotics are found in foods we ingest, but they do not naturally occur in our gut. That is entirely wrong. In fact, this is one of the marvelous discoveries which has been done in last few decades, that we have something called gut bacteria, and that gut bacteria plays a very important role in digestion process. Probiotics help in the digestion of milk, sugars. That is true, that yes, that happens. A lot of food have probiotic. Very good example is dahi, right? Idli is not probiotic. A lot of people think that just because idli is fermented, right? Fermented food will have probiotic. Now idli is fermented. The problem is that आप idli को boil करते हो. You keep that in water. That water is boiling. Most of the bacteria dies at 65 degrees Celsius. And idli is being cooked at more than 100 degrees Celsius. So idli does not have probiotic. But yes, lot of fermented food does have probiotic. Dahi has probiotic. So those things are really good for digestion. So we can take care of our gut health. Basically, we are talking about that gut bacteria by eating good food, right? Or we can also like take bad care of it by eating bad food. All that Rajinder Nagar ka jo food hai, that is not good for your gut bacteria. So anyways, the answer here is 2 is not correct, 1 and 3 is correct, C is the correct answer. Another question, because of COVID-19, understanding of our immune system. तो हमारा immune system का जो last resort है, as I said that it starts with skin, membrane, then you have this very general mechanism that if you are infected, then your body produces certain type of proteins to kill those bacteria, but that production has also some inflammatory response. For example, a very simple response can be that you will suffer from fever, right? So because your body increases this temperature because many bacteria cannot survive even at 40 degrees Celsius. अब हमारा normal temperature देखो है 37 degrees Celsius है. At 40 degrees Celsius many of the bacteria die, but many will not die also. The problem here is that body ने चलो inflammatory response है, temperature increase कर दिया, but because of that other functions start suffering, right? So often such inflammatory response in itself can be very dangerous. So as long as your fever is 100, it's fine. But if your fever is 101, 102, then don't think that ये तो आपका body का fighting mechanism है, because your other functions are suffering, and that is not good. So that is why we have to take this paracetamol tablet to reduce our body temperature, right? So that is our next mechanism, that a general response to any type of invasion. Even that response does not work, then जो हमारा final response है, that occurs because of very special cells called B cells and T cells. These B cells and T cells are part of our bone marrow, and they can recognize the structure of the pathogen, and based on that they will help body in producing specific antibody, which is a protein by the way, against that pathogen, right? So that occurs because of B cells and T cell. B cell starts activating earlier, inka immune response is going to last for few days. T cells is going to get activated later, and that immune response can last for days, for months, in some cases for years also, right? So once body remembers the structure of pathogen, it can remember that for very long duration. In some cases, it can remember for the entire lifetime that this particular pathogen requires this particular antibody. And that is how, by the way, vaccines work. In case of vaccine, we are training our immune system that remember that structure of pathogen, and next time when you are actually infected, produce the same antibody, right? So correct answer here is that they protect the body from the diseases caused by pathogens. Again, this question was asked because of COVID-19. As you will see that most of these questions are inspired from current affairs only. Wolbachia method, right? So this is again, the reason Wolbachia method was in news. I will be very honest with you, it was covered by the Hindu, but the last time it was covered was in November 2021, and this is a paper asked in 2023. तो हम कितने साल का करंट अफेयर्स पढ़ें, तो कितने साल के न्यूज़ को हम करंट अफेयर्स माने हम, राइट? 2 साल 3 साल, कोई लिमिट तो होना चाहिए. So by the way, I should tell you that this has been a trend for last few years now, that एक दो क्वेश्चन ऐसे होंगे जो पिछले साल भर के न्यूज़ का नहीं होगा, वो पिछले 2 साल या इवन पिछले 3 साल के न्यूज़ का भी हो सकता है. That has been there. ये प्रीलिम्स में भी है और ये मेंस में भी है. इवन मेंस में कुछ क्वेश्चंस ऐसे होंगे जो 2 साल पहले न्यूज़ में थे, अब नहीं है, पिछले साल में नहीं है, बट 2 साल पहले न्यूज़ में थे. जैसे इवन दिस ईयर मेंस you can expect a question on COVID-19 pandemic, even though no longer it is in news as such, right? So and you can expect perhaps in future also. So Wolbachia method is a method. Wolbachia is a bacteria basically. That bacteria is found in many species, many mosquitoes also, but it is not found in Aedes mosquito. Now Aedes mosquito is a very special type of mosquito, dangerous for us because it is responsible for carrying many pathogens, and those pathogens can cause dengue, chikungunya, Zika, yellow fever. All of these diseases, they are occurring because of some pathogen, some virus, some other pathogen, and all of these pathogens are carried by Aedes mosquito, right? So how to take care of them, how to carry this transmission? So Wolbachia method works in 2 ways. एक तरीका ये है कि even though Wolbachia does not cause any type of damage to us or to many other species, if you infect both male and female Aedes mosquito, then baby will also be produced with the same bacteria, and somehow that bacteria reduces its transmission capability of diseases. It reduces that viral transmission from mosquito to human being. एक तरीका ये है. दूसरा तरीका ये है that you only infect, let's say, female Aedes. If you have only infected female or male Aedes, you captured a lot of them, infected them with this bacteria, and you release them back into their natural ecosystem. What happens is that if only one of them has been infected, only either male or female, then they become sterile. They cannot produce babies. And they become sterile in a way that they will remain sexually competitive, but they cannot produce babies. So for a brief duration, you have controlled their population. So it will not have a long lasting effect, but for a brief duration you have controlled their population. That is what Wolbachia method is. So there are 2 methods, both of them can be utilized. So the answer here is controlling the viral diseases spread by mosquitoes. So again, this method is being tested in many parts of the world. It often remains into news, but पिछले 2 साल में तो मैंने नहीं देखा था. I remember teaching this topic like in 2019 or 2020 also, but I did not I did not remember reading about this in last 2 years. But nonetheless, UPSC did ask a question. Okay, so this is again a very important topic, ICT, and this is again a topic जहाँ पे maximum question आपके current affairs से होंगे, and सारे answer भी आपके current affairs से हो जाएंगे. Right, so for example, let's start with this question asked in 2019 about LTE and VoLTE, long-term evolution and voice over long-term evolution. Right, so what is the answer here? Read the question. D is the correct answer, neither one nor two. तो सबसे पहले तो ये जो जब हम बात करते हैं ये 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G की, ये 2G, 3G, 5G का जो भी पैरामीटर है कि क्या स्पीड, क्या लेटेंसी होगा, दैट इज डिसाइडेड बाय अ बॉडी कॉल्ड इंटरनेशनल टेलीकम्युनिकेशन यूनियन. बट उसके बाद हम टेक्नोलॉजीज पे काम करेंगे, दैट वी आर गोइंग टू इन्वेस्ट अ लॉट इनटू टेक्नोलॉजीज. दैट चलो 4G नेटवर्क में मान लो हमको 100 Mbps स्पीड चाहिए, या हमको मान लो 30 मिलीसेकंड का लेटेंसी चाहिए. Then we need to work on technologies behind it. Now 4G standards were developed in 2008 and the technology finally came into existence around 2014-15. Long-term evolution. So 4G network was called long-term evolution, LTE network, not 3G, right? But there was a problem. Even with this 4G network now in place, 4G network did not know how to package both of your voice data and internet data together. The consequence was that if you are on a call and you want to explore internet simultaneously, then it did not know how to do both of those things together. So for voice call it used 4G network, but for internet it used previous network 2G, 3G. Because of that your speed suffered, right? So VoLTE was a further improvement on LTE. that how we can package both of them together. So even if I am on a voice call, I can easily access internet. That is what VoLTE is. Both of them are 4G, right? And first option जो है, that 3G, advanced 3G, not at all, 4G. The answer will be 4G here. And LTE is data only, VoLTE is voice only, that is also not, both of them are both voice and data. The only problem is that LTE does not know how to distinguish between them, especially if you are on a call, you are going to suffer in terms of your internet speed. But in case of VoLTE, by the way, in India it was introduced by Jio for the first time. So VoLTE knows how to package both of those things together. So your internet speed will not suffer even if you are on a call. So both of them are not correct. Answer is neither one nor two. I do not expect a question on this theme anymore because this is an old news. Right now I will expect a question on 5G. This is a question. Now this question especially becomes very important because of the digital data protection bill, which has been it is going to become an act, has been passed by both of the houses, right? So general data protection regulation, that is of European Union. European Union became the first reason to come up with set of regulations that how to hold all these big tech giants accountable because they collect huge amount of data, and how they are storing, processing, using or misusing that data, how to hold them accountable for that, how to ensure that personal data is not being misused, right? So European Union became the first reason to develop set of principles around it, gave it a legal form, and which was known as General Data Protection Rule Regulation in 2016. So correct answer is EU. I do think that you should know about this regulation, because if there is a question about digital data protection bill, just I do expect a question in this year mains or perhaps next year examination, then you can quote this, you can talk about this general data protection regulation. This is again a question. So जो ICT है वहाँ भी emerging technologies पे सबसे ज़्यादा questions होंगे. जो information and communication technology है, most of the question on emerging technologies will be from this topic. So this is a question about AR and VR. What will be the answer? D. B. So in AR, a simulated environment is created and the physical world is completely shut out. That is definition of VR. Right? In AR, just for example, a holographic projection can be an example of AR. That I am very much part of my reality. I know everything around me, but I am using digital images or digital projections to further enhance that reality. Right? So holographic projection is a very good example of that. Right? So that is AR. And VR is this, that using some sort of headset, some device, I am completely immersed into a simulation. And now I do not know what is happening around me. I am part of that simulation, and often my actions have consequences in that virtual simulation. So in VR, images generated from a computer are projected onto real life object. That is definition of AR. So बस definition खाली यहाँ पे interchange कर रहे हैं. AR allows individual to be present in the world, improves the experience using the camera of smartphone or PC, that is true. And VR closes the world and transposes an individual, providing completely immersion experience, that is also true. मान लो, just in case, even if I did not know about what is AR and VR, I am reading this question for the first time. Can you still attempt this question? You can, because look at the fourth and second, how these two can be true simultaneously. How first and third can be true simultaneously? So my answer is either 1 and 2 or 3 and 4. Do I have an option 1 and 2? I actually do have this option 1 and 2, right? So I do know that first and third and second and fourth cannot be true simultaneously. So that is how I can eliminate at least few options, right? But again, augmented word का जो meaning है और जो virtual word का meaning है, that should tell you that 3 and 4 is more correct compared to 1 and 2. By the way, now there is something called mixed reality. which is trying to incorporate both virtual simulation as well as real world aspect. This was a very interesting question. A digital signature. Digital signature देखो क्या होता है. तो signature जो है हमारा एक unique हमारा एक signature होगा, right? It is based on this fact that मेरा जो signature है वो unique है, कोई और copy नहीं कर पाएगा. But इतना भी मुश्किल नहीं है signature को copy करना, right? कुछ लोग बड़ा काम मेहनत करते हैं तो उनके signature को मुझे कभी आया ही नहीं. I still just write my name in a try to be cursive, as much cursive as I can do. That is my signature. I don't think it's very difficult to copy. Anybody can copy it. So normal signatures के साथ ये problem है. Digital signature is, let's say for example I have a hard copy, I had my signature. But a lot of times many things are becoming digital in modern world. So how to authenticate a document, right? So for that we use encryption technique. That there is some encryption technique. I have a unique identity. I have created a virtual unique identity. And that virtual unique identity, I can imprint that on a digital document. So if that virtual identity is seen by somebody else, then that authenticates, that verifies a particular document. That is the only and only role of digital signature. So the correct answer is 3 only. In contrast, I should tell you there is something called digital signature certificate. So digital signature certificate can mean all 3 of these things. That it is an electronic record that identifies the certifying authority issuing it. Aadhaar card आपको UIDAI ने दिया है. Used to serve as a proof of identity of an individual to access information or server on internet. That is also possible with a digital signature certificate. But जो third है, an electronic method of signing an electronic document and ensuring that the original content is unchanged, that is what digital signature is. So I especially liked this question because the way they framed the option. So if you know, and by the way, digital signature in 2018, they were in news a lot. Like many people were using it for verifying online documents, digital documents, and it was in news a lot. So the correct answer is 3 only here. अब ये तो बहुत simple question है. Wearable devices. Wearable devices can do all of those things, right? So location identification of a person. A wearable device, for example, let's say I have a Apple Watch, right? That has a GPS receiver. I can easily determine the location. Sleep monitoring, very easy. बहुत preset भी कर सकते हो और वो खुद भी determine कर लेगा. अब now there are sensors which look at your inactivity and they can determine what is your sleep pattern. Assisting the hearing impaired person, that is also possible. वो तो literally होता ही है. Lot of people who cannot hear properly, they can use wearable devices. So answer is all 3. So अब देखो ये जो question है, ये कोई आपको पढ़ाएगा नहीं, but इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि आप जाके इसको attempt नहीं करोगे. So such questions definitely should be attempted, and I don't think that if you are attempting it, you are going to get it wrong. So some element of risk you will have to take. You just need to, अब ये aptitude से आएगा, you just need to understand that what are those questions where you are willing to take that risk. Right, अब ये चीज़ you need to develop that aptitude. This is a controversial question, right? And as of now, अभी जो है, by the way, this question is in 2020. From that point of time to today, there is a lot of development. So the answer which UPSC gave in 2020, and even that point of time, that answer was debatable, but right now that same answer will not be true. With the present state of development, again 2020, present state of development, AI can effectively do which of the following? Bring down electricity consumption in industrial unit, create meaningful short stories and songs, disease diagnosis, text to speech conversion, wireless transmission of electrical energy. So as per UPSC, the correct answer is 1, 3 and 4. B. At first, yes, it is possible. We can find solutions. We can solve mathematical questions using AI, and which can give me a better solution, a better transmission infrastructure. It is possible. Create meaningful short stories and songs. This was not considered to be correct, right? Is it correct right now? So ChatGPT can easily write a story. It can easily write a song. By the way, even at that point of time, generative AI was there. GPT जो अभी 3.5 है, जो ChatGPT है, There was GPT-1. But what do I mean by like meaningful short stories and songs? So even in 2020, there was capability, not to the same extent, but in 2020 there was capability. Definitely, it could have written better songs than Tony Kakkar. I have no doubt about it. So that even second, I do think that second, even then it should be correct. So, but nonetheless, UPSC did not think that to be true. Disease diagnosis, yes, AI can have all the medical access to all the medical journal. It can go through that medical journal and be helpful in disease diagnosis. Text to speech conversion, Google does that. Wireless transmission of electrical energy, for that we use electromagnetic induction. But we can use AI to develop better methods in electromagnetic induction. So even 5 should be true. Somehow UPSC thought that it is not true. Because even this is a mathematical problem. If first is possible, then so is fifth. And so is this disease diagnosis. So first is a mathematical problem which we can find better solutions using AI. That so is fifth. Even fifth is a mathematical problem and we can find better solutions using AI. So even today if I have to answer this question, I'm going to mark 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. But nonetheless, I should tell you that UPSC के हिसाब से fifth is not correct and जो meaningful songs है that is also not correct. Visible light communication. This was asked earlier also in 2018. The same technology is also called Li-Fi, light fidelity, compared to Wi-Fi, which is wireless fidelity. So in visible light communication, we use visible light, literally visible light, and infrared light. Some frequency of infrared, hence this 375 to 780 nanometer. It is known as long range optical wireless communication. Can transmit large amounts of data faster than Bluetooth, has no electromagnetic interference. अब देखो ये पिछला जो पैटर्न था उसमें इस क्वेश्चन को अटेम्प्ट करना फिर भी सिंपल है. If you do not know about this technology, even in this pattern, you will mark answer as 1, 2, 3, A, which will be wrong by the way. And in the current pattern, how many of them are correct? There is a very good chance that, again, you are still going to get it wrong. So first is true, that we call it Li-Fi visible light because a major part of this communication is visible light. 370 to 780 nanometer. Long range, how can it be long range? Because if I am using visible light, so how does it work? First of all, I should tell you that I can have an LED light bulb. That LED light bulb का जो illumination है, जो intensity है, it is going to change very rapidly. That change will be very small and very fast. So small and so fast that we cannot make sense of it. We will not even see it. We will not even see that change in intensity. But I can have a sensor, I can have a receiver. That receiver can monitor that change. But that change is not random. That change is an encoding pattern. Right? And that change can be decoded by my receiver. That is how communication works. If you think about it, all communication is nothing but change of some variable. कि मैंने किसी variable को change कर दिया है, and जो change है वो random नहीं है, वो change जो है it is conveying some message there. And जो भी transmitter receiver है, if both of them understand what that encoding mechanism is, I can establish a communication. For example, I can make this sound also, but that is not conveying any message because we haven't developed a tool out of it. मान लो हमने एक tool बना लिया कि if I do this then it means something. Then even that is a communication. But I have used all these words A, B, C. I have all these words here and all of us understand these words, right? So I'm changing now air pressure around me. I'm changing this variable which is air pressure, and this different change in pressure means different sound, and we now are saying that that sound has a meaning. When I say A, that has a meaning. When I say B, that has a meaning. So as long as there is some variable which is changing, and that change is not random, that change has some encoding mechanism which can be transferred from a transmitter to a receiver, I can establish a communication. So I can do that even with visible light. So that rapid change in the intensity of this LED bulb, it is not random, it is an encoding mechanism. I can send the combinations of zeros and ones with the help of this rapid change, and a receiver can make sense of that data. The only problem of this system will be that first it cannot occur outside room. So जो transmitter और receiver है दोनों को room में होना पड़ेगा. As of now, I can easily receive a call on my mobile phone. Even though all the doors are shut, all the windows are not there. The reason is very simple, because radio waves के लिए ये जो wall है वो transparent है. Visible light के लिए transparent नहीं है. Visible light के लिए वो glass transparent है. But ये जो wall है transparent नहीं है. But for radio wave, that glass is also transparent, that wall is also transparent. It can easily come through that glass, that wall, and I can receive a phone call. So how I'm going to send a message with the help of visible light communication beyond these walls? Simply I cannot. First problem. Second problem, that जब भी communication होगा, communication में जो भी हम signal भेज रहे हैं, उसका कुछ noise भी होगा. Noise can be part of, जैसे मान लो that you start talking while I'm teaching here, you start talking to each other. That is now an unnecessary signal. I'm calling it noise. Or that is part of the system itself, if this is the system. Or there can be some bullet bike or some ambulance going on Pusa Road, and that is also going to create this noise, right? So whatever unnecessary signal is there, that is noise. In visible light communication, what will be noise? This light. I have this LED which is fluctuating, but what do I do with this natural light all around me? So there are challenges here. So hence it can never be this long range optical wireless communication. In present form it is not. Maybe in future we will find out some solution how to tackle this problem, but in present form it is not long range optical communication. Third is true, large amounts of data faster than Bluetooth. अगर ये Wi-Fi रहता तब भी सही होता. Wi-Fi can transfer data 10 times, 20 times faster than Wi-Fi. So Bluetooth से तो बहुत faster है, Wi-Fi से भी बहुत fast है. Fourth is not true, because जो visible light है that is not affected by electromagnetic waves per se. So hence fourth option is true, that it has no electromagnetic interference. The normal electromagnetic interference which we do have, they have very low frequency. They cannot cause any change to visible light. They can still cause change to radio wave, but they cannot cause change to visible light. That is why we do not have to worry about simple electromagnetic interference around us. So fourth is true. So if you do not know about this technology, then you will think that fourth seems extreme. You are going to mark 1, 2 and 3. But the correct answer here is 1, 3 and 4. C is the correct answer. Blockchain technology. Expect a question sometime in future in mains also, and expect a question in prelims also, maybe in one way or another. This is a very simple question. Understanding of blockchain, that it is a public ledger that everyone can inspect but no single user controls. That is the very basic definition of blockchain. That fundamentally it is a ledger. Ledger records transactions, but those transactions are not part of some one central location. Those transactions are recorded to all the devices which are part of this network, and nobody owns a record of all those transactions, because that record is available to each and every node, each and every computer which is part of this blockchain. So that is very definition of blockchain. The structure and design of blockchain is such that all the data in it are about cryptocurrency only. That is not at all true. The moment in fact the word only is there, you should think about it. It does not seem very correct. That is always a very good trap. That the moment you have this only, right, very rarely that will be true. It can be true, but in very rare cases. In most of the cases, it often is wrong. And second, clearly he is wrong here, because now we have developed ways to design a blockchain which can be used in many cases, right? One of the question will be asked by UPSC itself. This non-fungible token, that is a very good example of application of blockchain technology. It is not cryptocurrency, but it is a very good example of application of blockchain technology. So second is not true. And third, applications that depend upon basic features of blockchain can be developed without anybody's permission. देखो ये statement, to be very honest with you again, this is not लाइक इट इफ यू एक हमेशा हमको सोचना चाहिए कि कोई भी एक्सेप्शंस को लेके आप स्टेटमेंट करेक्ट या इनकरेक्ट मत करना. जो नॉर्मल नॉर्म है उस पे स्टेटमेंट्स हम करेक्ट या इनकरेक्ट करेंगे. आई विल गिव यू एग्जांपल. जैसे इन्वायरमेंट के क्वेश्चन में जो अभी इस साल जो स्क्विरल वाला क्वेश्चन था, दैट इंडियन स्क्विरल्स मेक burrows. Now, is there an Indian squirrel which make burrows? Yes, there is. There is Himalayan squirrel which make burrows. But there are so many different species of squirrel. They do not make burrows. So most of them are not making burrows. Only one of them is making burrow. So what do I consider that statement is correct or not? That statement is not correct. So why I am talking about that? The third option जो है, that actually depends upon what type of blockchain there is. If there is a private blockchain is more restrictive. Public blockchain anybody can join. Then on private blockchain you cannot develop application without permission. But if it is a public blockchain such as Ethereum, जो Ether not Bitcoin, Ether currency का जो blockchain है, there you can develop an app without anybody's permission. One of those apps will be non-fungible token. You do not need anybody's permission for that. So third statement is correct. So correct answer here is 1 and 3 only. But again, it was not that easy in the sense because of third option. First we know that is true, second we know is not true, but what about third? This is an easy question. Drones से हम क्या क्या कर सकते हैं? बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं. Spraying pesticides on a crop field, that is of course a very obvious application. Inspecting the craters of active volcanoes, yes, we can do that from very far away. Collecting breath samples from spouting whales for DNA analysis, even that can be done. That has been done. The reason this question was asked, that actually has been done. That collect samples from whales for DNA analysis. Not a lot of things can do that, but drones can do that, right? So all three of them are correct. Again, this is one of those questions where you must attempt them and you should also get it correct. अब ये चीज़ आपको कोई नहीं सिखाएगा except yourself. ये चीज़ एप्टीट्यूड से आएगा, दैट ये हमको अटेम्प्ट करना ही है एंड करोगे तो सही भी करना ही है, दैट यहाँ पे तीनों करेक्ट होंगे. पब्लिक की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, अब दिस इज अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग टॉपिक. सो द आंसर आई विल टेल यू. बाय द वे, व्हाट इज द आंसर? ए, राइट. सो पब्लिक की इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जो है, दैट इज फंडामेंटली अ साइबर सिक्योरिटी टेक्निक. दैट इन पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वी इनक्रिप्ट आवर डेटा इन अ वे that decryption becomes very difficult. A simple example ले लो. I have a friend. That friend recently got married. Not recently, like 3-4 years ago. And I met him and his wife started telling me that at her home they have this secret code, secret communication technique, where if a guest has overstayed, then they have this secret code. Only they understand each other. They change one word into something other, and they understand that code, right? इस guest को कैसे टरकाना है, कैसे भगाना है, something like that. Now here was the thing that while she was telling this, I got to know, and both of them already knew this, but my friend, without his wife telling her, he had decoded that yes, something, maybe he had overstayed. So he had decoded it. So the problem is that whenever you are trying to protect any type of data, you need to invest into some sort of data encryption, that you are changing this data into something else in a way that somebody for which this message is not intended for should not be able to make sense of it, even though they have access to the message itself, right? So that is called encryption and decryption. UPSC CSAT में क्वेश्चन पूछती है आपसे, कोड पूछती है ना, कोड वाले जो क्वेश्चन होते हैं कि if ABC is something, D if it's something, then what will be XYZ, something like that, इस टाइप के क्वेश्चंस आते हैं, right? So that is an encryption technique. The problem with this encryption technique is that encryption अगर easy है तो decryption उतना ही easy होगा. Encryption मुश्किल है तब decryption मुश्किल होगा. तो if you want decryption to be difficult, your encryption also has to be difficult. That leads a lot of computation power. Public key infrastructure is based on those problems, those techniques where encryption is very easy, but decryption is very difficult. Imagine your message has been locked with a key, but that key which you have used to locking will not work for unlocking. You need a separate key. And that separate key is already available to the people who are part of this communication. But anybody who is not part of this conversation and wants to find that secret key, they have to solve a mathematical problem now. But that mathematical problem is not the same as जो आपसे UPSC पूछती है. Because वो तो आपके पास 1 मिनट है, आपको solve करना है, and maximum लोग कर भी लेंगे 1 मिनट के अंदर. I want a mathematical problem that कोई 1 मिनट तो छोड़ दो, कोई बहुत बड़ा पावर सुपर कंप्यूटर लेके आ जाए और उससे भी 100 साल में सॉल्व ना हो. I want those problems. So one of those problem is, I will give you, there are many such problems, but the most famous problem is finding prime factors of a very large number. That मैंने डेटा को encrypt क्या किया था, that I took large numbers, I multiplied them, जैसे मान लो this is a mathematical problem, that P and Q are very large number, I multiplied them, I got R. This is how I encrypted my data. It's very simple. Encryption is very simple. But decryption is dependent upon that there is a very large number, and now I have to find prime factors of that large number. If that number is sufficiently large, 1000 digit, 10,000 digit, then finding that prime factor is so difficult that even if somebody has a very powerful supercomputer, it will take few hundred years to solve that. So such problems, we call them public key cryptography or public key distribution or public key infrastructure. All three of them are same thing. That we are using a public network to share encryption key, but decryption key is shared with a private network that is already available to sender and receiver. Somebody else wants to find that key, then they have to solve a problem, and that problem is very difficult to solve. It cannot be solved even with a very powerful supercomputer. So the answer here is that digital security infrastructure. This was a question mainly because of that Arogya Setu app. Right, this Arogya Setu app hai, which was basically an app to know that how many people are infected around you from COVID-19. So it used your GPS data, Bluetooth, all of those things. So there was allegation that government is sharing that data or this app is not very strong. So government said कि I'm going to make it open source. Open source का simply मतलब ये होता है कि now you can look at the source code of that particular app. And if you have some suggestion, you can do that. And there are other open source softwares where you can do suggestion, customize that for yourself. But wherever open source is transparent, the source code is transparent, everybody can see it, make changes to it if changes are required, right? We call them open source digital platform. So as of now, government has done it for many cases. All 4 of them are correct. Arogya Setu is open source. COVID vaccination wala jo pura tha, that was open source. DigiLocker is open source, and even Diksha is open source. So all 4 of them are open source. And by the way, I should tell you that this was directly picked from one of the editorial from Indian Express. In this editorial, which was covered just few months before prelims examination, all 4 of these platforms were mentioned. This was a topic which was in news a lot, Web 3.0, a possible version of future internet. That abhi jo hamara internet hai, which is part of what we call Web 2.0, where you have a lot of these monopolies. You have Google, Facebook, Amazon, like they have become monopolies in their own domain. In search engine, you have Google ad, Facebook has all the social media data, right? Amazon has your e-commerce data as well as various other types of data. So when internet started, we call that Web 1.0, first version of internet, that you could not do a lot there. Like if you go to a website, you open it, close it. You go through the web page, close it. You cannot do anything there. They are not collecting your information, right? But in Web 2.0, even if I am not a developer, I can still make changes to a website. For example, I can go and post my status on Facebook, or upload a picture on Instagram, or write a tweet on Twitter. I do not know how to code, but I can do that. That is how these web pages have been designed. And all of these websites, now, not just the I named, they are collecting some information from you. They are collecting your preferences. Maybe they are asking you to log in with your Google credentials. They're collecting some data from you, right? So that led to all these tech giants such as Google and Microsoft. They have access to huge amount of data, personal data. Imagine Google, हर जगह आप login Google से करते हो. Google is collecting all of that data. So it led to this tech giants, and that also raised this question about accountability, that how they are handling that data, they should be held accountable, okay? So in that sense, some technocrats have imagined a version of internet which is much more decentralized, where users have a lot of control over how their data should be managed. We are going to use blockchain technology for that rather than some central data servers. So Web 3.0 enables people to control their own data, yes. There can be blockchain-based social network, yes. Is operated by users collectively rather than a corporation, yes. All three of them are correct. Is this how internet going to evolve? We do not know, right? Do we have adequate infrastructure for internet to evolve like this? Not. We do not have that. So this is a possible version of internet. Not one person can claim that it belongs to, that version belongs to, they envisaged it. Many people have thought about it. They are working upon technological constraints, how to solve those constraints and how to make Web 3.0 a possibility. But frankly, this seems like a distant future, or maybe there is no future for Web 3.0. So how internet is going to evolve, only time will tell. Software as a service, this was also covered by newspapers. But then this is example of those questions where UPSC goes into depth. Software as a service simply means, imagine आज से 15-20 साल पहले जब हमको सॉफ्टवेयर चाहिए, आप कोई CD डिस्क में मिलेगा, फ्लॉपी डिस्क में मिलेगा, आप लेके आए उसको, आपने उसको अपने कंप्यूटर में इंस्टॉल किया, जस्ट इन केस बीच में वो फ्लॉपी डिस्क आपका गिर गया या किसी ने चुरा लिया, तो आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते उसका, you have lost all of your money. So software as a service is a model of software delivery which gives users a lot of flexibility. That first of all, I do not need all these hardware devices. I can directly install a software. I can log in with my credentials, so I can install that software anywhere. And I can customize that software based on my own requirements. In fact, all of these such type of software as a service, they also are going to provide me a very nice cloud-based platform where if I want to share some data there, I can do that and I can access that data from anywhere. So for example, Microsoft Word is a very good example of that I can now log in Microsoft Word and some important documents I can upload on Microsoft Cloud server, which I can access from any devices. That is what software as a service is. So buyers can customize the user interface and can change data field. That is exactly what SaaS is. Users can access their data through mobile devices. Yes, I can do that with my own credentials. Outlook, Hotmail, Yahoo, all of our example of that is true. I can access my Yahoo Mail, my Outlook, my Hotmail from any mobile device, from any laptop. I can easily do that. So lot of softwares which we use now are example of software as a service. Again, this is a technical question. If you have read newspaper, if you have some understanding of it, it's not a very difficult question. But if you do not know, then again, this is one of those questions perhaps which can be skipped. This is a very easy question. The only thing they asked is, what is this term qubit? The answer is quantum computing. So qubit is not bit, that it is not 0, not 1, it is some combination of 0 and 1 simultaneously, a superposition state of both 0 and 1 simultaneously, which we use to process data in quantum computer. So the correct answer is B here. Quantum computer as of now is the buzzword. It is going to remain buzzword for many more years to come. Just this topic becomes very important for next year examinations also and this year mains examination also because of National Quantum Mission. Padha hoga apne news mein that you have this National Quantum Mission where government has allocated 6,000 crore rupees to develop quantum computers, quantum communication, all of those things. Consider the following communication technologies: closed circuit television, CCTV, radio frequency identification, RFID, right? Wireless local area network, WLAN. Which of the above are considered short range devices technologies? All of them. The only thing which perhaps you had to bother about was the third one, WLAN, wireless local area network. But even WLAN, integral part of our internet, that also is considered a short range devices technology in the sense that their range is not very large. Wi-Fi is a very good example of that. That Wi-Fi router जो है उसका range बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं होगा. So all three of them are example of short range devices technologies, right? So CCTV, RFID, right, Wi-Fi, all three of them. Again, an understanding more than, like, so for example, like, this is also not a factual question that I have to go and memorize the list of all of that short range wireless communication technology. If I know which technology I'm talking about, then you can easily attempt it. Non-fungible token. This was the buzzword 2 years ago, no longer it is. I do not consider it to be an important topic anymore, but in 2021 and 2022, it was in news a lot. So they enable digital representation of physical asset. That is such a nicely made statement, because when they made that statement, it was true. 6 months ago, it was not true. So non-fungible tokens started as this idea that we can create tokens, cryptographic tokens, which only will be found somewhere on blockchain. Now, what are tokens? Tokens are a lot of things. For example, let's say you go to some shop, right? Haldiram आप चले गए, आपको उसने एक टोकन दे दिया कि वो जाके काउंटर पे देना मिल जाएगा. बट वो जो टोकन का वैल्यू है हल्दीराम में जितने भी लोग हैं सबके लिए सेम है, कोई भी टोकन यूज कर सकता है. But let's say I also have a token. I have, let's say, for example, a card which I collected when I was a child. I'm a huge fan of Sachin Tendulkar. I have all this card of Sachin Tendulkar. That has a lot of emotional value for me, right? I have collected it. But will you have the same emotional value for like Sachin Tendulkar? Maybe not, maybe for Virat Kohli, but not for Sachin Tendulkar, right? There is an age gap here. So that token has unique value for myself, right? So I have this physical token here, which has unique value for myself. But what about digital art? Can I have digital token for digital pieces of art? And that digital token belongs to somebody, and for that somebody, that digital token can have its own emotional value or whatever value they want to associate with. So can we make a token for, let's say, digital pieces of art? The answer is yes, now we can, with the help of Ethereum blockchain. We can make a cryptographic token. That token only exists on blockchain, and whoever that token belongs to can say that this token again belongs to them. But they are non-fungible. Non-fungible in the nature that you cannot demand that they should be exchanged at equivalency. For example, if I have, let's say, 100 rupees note, then I can simply ask that give me 250 rupees, and you will be totally fine with that. You have no problem, no qualms with it. In that sense, it is fungible. Or I can demand 100 rupees goods of worth of good and services. You are a merchant, you have no qualms with it, you are easily going to do that. But let's say I have that Sachin Tendulkar ka jo mere paas card hai, and for me that has a value of 1 lakh rupees, and I am giving you this card, and you will tell me that I will give you 1 rupee for that, and you will be totally within your right to do that. So in that sense, they are non-fungible, that you cannot demand the same value what you think that value has. So they enable, by the way, now we are making digital representation even for physical asset. No longer it is only limited for digital pieces of art, even for physical asset. मान लो किसी का gold locker का address हमने blockchain में डाल दिया. That gold locker belongs to that particular person. We can do that. They are unique cryptographic tokens that exist on a blockchain. True. They can be traded or exchanged at equivalency. यहीं पे गलत है. Therefore can be used as a medium of commercial transaction. वो भी गलत है. Both of them are correct. That is in the reason we call them non-fungible, because third is not correct. So again, look at this technology. They're only asking you to know the definition. If you know the definition, you know that answer will be 1 and 2 only. Right? So that was my point, that even basic definition is more than enough to answer questions. This was a question this year, accelerometer. Again, this is one of those questions that even though if you do not know about it, you haven't read about it, but still should be attempted. This is not a factual question. जैसे पहले तो नाम से देखो, accelerometer. It is trying to measure acceleration. Thermometers measure temperature. Barometer measures pressure. Please go. I know that class has extended a lot. I'm really sorry for that. But I will try to wrap it up in like next 15-20 minutes. We have very few questions left after this. Anyways. So accelerometer can measure acceleration. It is a sensor. Sensor का मतलब ये है that sensor tries to measure some parameter. Simple example ले लो that sensors are all around us. That आप metro में जब escalator use करते हो, that escalator right now is not working, it has stopped. But the moment you put your foot near to escalator, it starts operating. So that is an example of pressure sensor. That the moment you applied some pressure, it got activated, it knew the presence of a person, and now that escalator is working. So sensors are all around us. In that sense, even our eyes and ears are sensor. That my eyes are collecting light around me and is enabling me to, my brain is a computer and it is enabling me to look at the surrounding. My ears are collecting all of the sound wave around me and my brain as a computer is allowing me to make sense of that sound. What does that sound mean? So even we are filled with sensors, if you think about it. And we can make sensors in our day-to-day life. Sensor is trying to measure some parameter. An accelerometer as a sensor measures acceleration. So wherever acceleration is happening, I can use an accelerometer. So think about the first detection of car crash collision which results in deployment of airbags almost instantaneously. Yes, it is possible. That sudden decrease in speed, that is again a sensor that activates all these airbags and that provides you safety. Second is also possible, not all of the laptops and not all of the data can be preserved, but yes, that is a possibility that in some laptops, accelerometers are used that an accidental free fall will ensure immediate turning of the hard drive that at least some data can be managed, stored. So again, I will say two things, that not all laptops are built with this, and second, even with this, you cannot ensure that all of your data will be protected. But a lot of data can be protected with the help of accelerometer. And third, that is the most obvious application in which we use in our day-to-day life, that I change my mobile phone and it changes from landscape to portrait mode. So that also is an acceleration. Remember, acceleration is any change in speed, position, right? Any change in direction also. So in this case, the direction is changing. So there is a device here, accelerometer, which basically measures that change and automatically changes the landscape to portrait mode. So all three of them are possible. Answer is all three, right? C is the correct answer here. Few questions, will not take more than 15-20 minutes, I promise. This is a question which is again inspired from current affairs. Fractional orbital bombardment system, what does it mean? So this was in news because China had conducted a hypersonic missile test, right? Many countries are working on hypersonic missile, including India, and China did this test. So I should tell you one thing, that this is not a technology which was developed by China. It is a technology which was developed by USSR. The USSR जिसका भी remnant Russia है. So USSR, US, where like entire Cold War is happening, all of them are trying to develop more and more sophisticated defense technology. So if you have a missile which has very large range, the problem of that missile is that it often will come from very high altitude, 1000-1500 kilometer ऊपर से आएगा. So there is a radar which can intercept and detect it, can be neutralized. So rather than using such high altitude ballistic missile, let's use an orbital missile, that I place a missile into orbit around Earth, but just before hitting the target. So for that orbit, I am using Earth's gravity. But just before hitting the target, I deorbit it. For that, I am using the fuel of missile. So this technology was used for the first time by USSR. And China used the same technology in its hypersonic missile demonstration. And because of that, it was in news. So look at the first option, a hypersonic missile launched into space to counter asteroid. Not at all. Just because hypersonic missile is in the word does not mean that that is correct. A spacecraft lands on another planet after making several orbital motions. No. Let's say Chandrayaan 3, something like that. But no, that is not at all an example of fractional orbital bombardment system. A missile is put into a stable orbit around the Earth and deorbits over a target on Earth. That is the correct description. D, a spacecraft moves along a comet, places a probe on its surface. Not at all. So again, this is a question directly picked from one of the explained pages of Indian Express, where this word was given and the meaning was also given. Again, as I said, missiles was asked this year only. So you have ballistic missiles and cruise missile, a comparison between them. So ballistic missiles are jet propelled at subsonic speed throughout the flight. यहीं पे गलत है, ये हर part गलत है. सबसे पहले तो jet propelled नहीं है, ये rocket propelled है. In the sense that ballistic missiles have to carry both fuel and oxidizer together, rocket engines, very similar to launch vehicles. जो cruise missiles है, now they are jet propelled. Jet in the sense that they do not have to carry oxygen. Cruise missiles fly within the atmosphere and they can fulfill their oxygen requirement from the atmosphere itself. So cruise missiles are rocket powered? No. Only in the initial phase of flight? No. Every aspect of that is wrong. Second, Agni 5 is a medium range supersonic cruise missile. Every word here is also wrong. It is a long range missile, more than 5,000 kilometers. It is a supersonic ballistic missile, not cruise missile. And BrahMos is a solid fueled intercontinental ballistic missile. That is what Agni 5 is. So both of them are not correct. Answer is neither one nor two. So a very basic understanding of missile technology was asked by UPSC in this year's examination. This is a question which do not have to be, by the way, frankly, in science and technology. But because this question is about India's nuclear policy, right? And in India's nuclear policy, some understanding of nuclear technology plays a very important role. So International Atomic Energy Agency, by the way, if you do not know the answer to this question, try to attempt it. If you know it, then don't attempt it, you already know it. But those who actually do not know it, try to attempt this question. This is again one of those questions which should be attempted. अब थोड़ा सा न्यूक्लियर का अंडरस्टैंडिंग होना चाहिए. जैसे फर्स्ट जो है दैट सम यूज यूरेनियम, अदर्स यूज थोरियम. थोरियम आप ऐसे भी डायरेक्टली किसी भी रिएक्टर में यूज नहीं कर सकते. थोरियम इज नॉट अ गुड फिसाइल मटेरियल. थोरियम नीड टू बी कन्वर्टेड इनटू uranium. So first cannot be true. That is the first thing, that thorium first needs to be converted into uranium, then it can be used as a fissile material. First is not true. Some are state owned, others are privately owned. None of them are privately owned. Nuclear technology, nuclear power plant is 100% owned by Government of India. D is not true. B, some use imported uranium, others use domestic supply. That is actually true, but look at the C option. B is correct here. Some are operated by foreign enterprises, others are operated by domestic enterprises. ये भी एक debate है कि foreign enterprises का जो पूरा involvement है, उसका limit क्या होगा, उनकी liability क्या होगी. These are questions which still remain unanswered, and because of that, by the way, ये जो है क्यों है मैं बता देता हूँ. When India became a nuclear powered country, nuclear atomic bomb जब हमने successfully test किया पोखरण 2 में, then lot of economic sanctions were imposed upon us, right? And there is always this fear now that if you supply uranium to India, then rather than using that uranium for nuclear power plant, it is going to now use it for nuclear weapon. So India did lot of diplomatic maneuvers here. We took lot of initiatives to ensure that how we can show to the world that we are a responsible nuclear nation. For example, we have adopted no first strike policy, that we are not going to attack a country with nuclear weapon. Second of them is this, that wherever we are buying uranium, then we invite IAEA observers that you can come and see here that are we using it for weapon or are we using it for reactor, right? So that also has played a very important role. So B is the correct answer here, that some are imported uranium, others use domestic supply. तो जहाँ पे domestic supply है वहाँ पे हम ऐसे allow नहीं करेंगे, but जहाँ पे भी imported uranium है, we can easily allow that. Again, this is a question which can be easily categorized as a question in economy, but the only reason I am discussing this because of the second option. That uranium जो मिलता है हमको, that uranium has 99% more than that is uranium-238, which is not a good fissile. Two isotopes of uranium are found in Earth, in Earth's crust, uranium-238, uranium-235. Now uranium-235 can undergo fission, can be used to produce energy, but 238 does not undergo fission. So जो enrichment process है, in that process we try to increase the percentage of uranium-235. As of now, that percentage is less than 1%. For nuclear power plant, we achieve a percentage of about 3, 4, maximum 5%. More than enough. For nuclear bombs, however, that percentage will be 80, 85, 90%. Right? So in this question, the first option is that India, despite having uranium deposits, depends upon coal for most of its electricity production. That is true. More than 50% of our electricity still is coming from coal-based power plants. And second, that an enrichment up to 60% is required for production of electricity. Not at all. Even 3, 4, 5% is more than enough. If you are enriching uranium, that is 60% uranium-235, 40% uranium-238, then it is very clear that you are going to use it for nuclear weapon. And once you achieve an enrichment of about 80, 85, 90%, then you can make your nuclear weapon. Solar power can be used for running surface pumps and not for submersible pumps. ऐसा क्यों होगा? दो क्वेश्चन है यहाँ पे पूछा है कि कौन से करेक्ट हैं. सोलर पैनल्स जो है, हम सोलर पैनल्स को 50 तरीके से यूज कर सकते हैं, भले वो सबमर्सिबल पंप्स हैं. I can still transfer solar energy into some other form of energy even in submersible pumps. And second, solar pumps can be used for running centrifugal pumps, but not the ones with piston. Again, ऐसा क्यों होगा? Why will that occur? Fundamentally, we are talking about changing one form of energy into another form of energy. So if I can do that, if I can produce electricity, सोलर एनर्जी से हम इलेक्ट्रिसिटी प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं. अब उस इलेक्ट्रिसिटी से हम कुछ भी करें, हम वाटर सबमर्सिबल पंप चलाएं या सेंट्रीफ्यूगल या पिस्टन पंप चलाएं, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? सो अगेन दिस इज वन ऑफ दोज क्वेश्चंस व्हिच इज सिंपली चेकिंग योर अंडरस्टैंडिंग. द आंसर इज नीदर वन नॉर टू. दोनों ही करेक्ट नहीं है. अब होता क्या है कि ऐसे क्वेश्चंस देख के हम ना ओवर एनालिसिस करना शुरू कर देते हैं. दैट हमको लगता है कि क्या पता कुछ यहाँ पे ट्रिक हो, क्या पता कुछ हो कि पिस्टन में कुछ तो प्रॉब्लम होगा. We start overthinking about such options. The moment you start overthinking, there are two possibilities, that either you will not attempt it or you are going to get it wrong. So prima facie try to analyze a statement. Prima facie, what is it telling you? Lot of time, even that analysis is more than enough to get the correct answer. Again, this is a question of environment. I'm very sure it has been discussed, so I'm going to skip it. Sorry, I'm very sure that it has been discussed. Green hydrogen, question नहीं है ना? Again, similar question with reference to green hydrogen. Green hydrogen simply means that हम पानी से electrolysis करा के hydrogen produce कर रहे हैं, but electrolysis requires energy. And if I can use solar and wind energy or any form of renewable energy for that process, then the hydrogen production process has become environment friendly. Hence, I am using the term green hydrogen. That's it. That is the meaning of. Now, hydrogen is a very good source of energy. I can use hydrogen in many ways. It can be used directly as a fuel for internal combustion. Yes, those combustion engines will be called hydrogen combustion engine. In contrast, in typical cars or automobiles, we use, let's say, petrol engine or diesel engine. तो यहाँ पे हम पेट्रोल या डीजल जला रहे हैं, हाइड्रोजन कंबशन इंजन में हम हाइड्रोजन जलाएंगे, एंड हाइड्रोजन जब जलेगा दैट इज गोइंग टू प्रोड्यूस वाटर वेपर, सो इट इज गोइंग टू बी एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली. It can be blended with natural gas and used as fuel for heat or power generation. आपने अभी दिल्ली में buses जो हाइड्रोजन CNG buses हैं, they exactly do this. That CNG is compressed natural gas, which is like more than 90% it is methane. Now, when that CNG is burning, it is going to produce a lot of, again, carbon dioxide, which is a greenhouse gas. So now add hydrogen to CNG, and as long as your blending is limited, like 5, 6, 10, even 20%, then you do not need to change your engine. If that blending is very high, then that is not going to work on typical CNG engine, right? So for that you require hydrogen based engine. But as long as that blending is less, I can use that on a normal engine also. So that is what hydrogen CNG gases are. And यहाँ पे hydrogen जो है वो green hydrogen है. तो यहाँ पे green का कुछ significance नहीं है इस पूरे question में. Green only signifies that this hydrogen which has been produced, it is environment friendly, it has been produced using environment friendly methods. And third, it can be used in hydrogen fuel cell to run vehicles. Imagine this like electric car. तो एक तो petrol car होता है, but there is also an electric car. Petrol car is using petrol engine, a combustion engine. That can be, now we use hydrogen combustion engine. And electric car uses a battery. Imagine now a fuel cell. A typical battery can be, let's say, a lithium ion battery. A fuel cell will have hydrogen and oxygen, right? So imagine electric car, rather than imagining electric car, imagine a fuel cell. That is also a type of battery, not like a normal battery, but a type of battery. So all three of them are correct. Answer is all three. तो यहाँ पे green hydrogen का कुछ अलग से significance नहीं है. अगर question खाली hydrogen भी रहता, that with reference to hydrogen, consider the following statement, and even then all the three statements would have been correct. Answer would have been all three. And one last question. Again, IPR is not given in your prelims. It is given in your mains syllabus. Only one question in like last 5 years I could find from IPR as a topic. Not an easy question. It is actually asking your knowledge of some, but inspired from current affairs. That according to Indian Patents Act, a biological process to create a seed can be patented in India. In India, there is no intellectual property appellate board. ये ऐसे ही गलत है. मतलब अगर मान लो आपको पता है या नहीं पता है, राइट, ये हम जबरदस्ती का क्यों बनाएंगे कि there is a body which is not there. Like what type of statement is that? That I am imagining a body which is not there. Why would I imagine a body which is not there? So there is an intellectual appellate board here. So second clearly is not correct here, right? Third, plant varieties are not eligible to be patented in India. That is there. Any naturally occurring organism except microorganism, you cannot patent. Forget about plant, you cannot even patent any animal, right? Only microbes can be patented. So third is true, but first is not true. Any agricultural method can also not be patented. So in this question, a biological process to create a seed can be patented. No, you cannot. Any agricultural, horticultural method, you cannot patent. So again, this is something about Indian patent law. So this question was inspired from current affairs. And I will tell you the news also, that farmers in Gujarat, PepsiCo had filed a case against farmers in Gujarat about that Lay's chips ke liye jo potato Gujarat farmers were producing without permission from PepsiCo. So that led to this entire discussion around patent regime, and all of those things were into news. So in any case, first and second are not true. 3 only, that is the correct answer. Sorry, I still have few questions left. I will go ahead. There is a question about carbon nanotube. They can be used as carriers of drugs and antigens in the human body. So this application of nanotechnology is called targeted drug delivery. And yes, carbon nanotubes can be helpful in targeted drug delivery. They can be made into artificial blood capillaries for an injured part of human body. देखो ये जो option है, आंसर यूपीएससी ने फाइनली 1, 3 and 4 दिया था, but there is a research paper in a respected journal which is available, and that research paper has talked about that we are exploring carbon nanotubes for artificial blood capillaries. Artificial blood capillaries are used in those cases where significant blood loss has occurred, and to preserve blood loss, we use these capillaries. The problem is that the material you are using to make those capillaries, that has to be biodegradable material, and it shouldn't produce any toxin inside body. So now you are not, otherwise you will not die from blood loss, but you will die from that toxicity. So what should be that material which can be used as artificial capillary? And there is a very famous research paper available which actually has advocated use of carbon nanotube. But still UPSC considered second statement to be wrong. Third is true. They can be used in biochemical sensors. Sensors ka purpose hai to know about presence or absence of, in this case, some sort of biological molecule. And fourth, carbon nanotubes are biodegradable. That is there. In fact, that is the reason why we are exploring them for artificial blood capillaries. But in any case, UPSC gave the answer 1, 3 and 4. I don't know what is the logic they thought. Maybe they thought that second is only being explored but not being used. But word bhi to fir bhi can hi de rakha hai, that they can be used. तो इस केस में ये लॉजिक भी काम नहीं करता. But sometimes UPSC, अब कोई अकाउंटेबल बॉडी तो है नहीं, आप कुछ पूछ तो सकते हो नहीं कि क्या करें. जब तक वो आंसर की रिलीज करेंगे तब तक तो अगला प्रीलिम्स देना है आपको. So nothing is going to happen. Such type, again, all of these questions are from current affairs only. So these questions are, जैसे bisphenol A जो है, that is a type of substance which is used to make polycarbonate plastic. जो plastic, जो rigid plastics होते हैं, जो हम packaging में use. I'm not talking about that simple polythene which we use. I'm talking about that rigid plastic which we used for packaging of foods. For that we use bisphenol A. So the answer is polycarbonate plastic. B is the correct answer. The problem of bisphenol A is that if it can enter into that food, especially in packaged food, then it is very harmful. It can lead to a lot of health disorder. So this was in news, and that is why this question was asked. And the very next question was another material, again in the same paper, both in 2021, lazy question making, to be very honest with you, that triclosan, considered harmful when exposed to high levels for long time, is most likely present in which of the following? Again, the question is most likely. I should tell you that it can be found in other cases, but most likely application is this last one. Toiletries. Toiletries are any substance which you use to clean yourself, like soap or shampoo or toothpaste. So to increase their fighting infection or fighting bacteria, or overall to increase their efficacy, this material called triclosan is used. The problem is that excessive use of triclosan is neurodegenerative. Forget about simple diseases. It affects your neurological system. And there is a lot of rule in US, for example, to ban or at least regulate the use of triclosan. And some people were demanding the same thing in India. As of now, there is no regulation that how much triclosan is being used in different type of toiletries. So there was news regarding this, that there should be a regulation, and that is why this question was asked. This was asked in 2022. Other than made by humans, nanoparticles do not exist in nature. Not at all true. Nanoparticles can easily exist in nature. Very simple example can be volcanic eruption. That can lead to many particles, including nanoparticles. Nanoparticles of some metallic oxides are used in manufacture of some cosmetics. Very good example is sunscreen lotion or lipstick also. Both of them have application of nanoparticles. And nanoparticles of some environmental products which enter the environment are unsafe for humans. Again, some of them can be definitely unsafe because nanoparticles are highly chemically reactive. They can enter inside our body. We can inhale them. They can enter through our pores also, and they can produce toxic substances. Not all of them, but some can, yes. So the answer here is that first is not true, but 2 and 3, they are correct. Last question of material sciences. I hope that this is the last question of paper also, yes. So carbon fiber. Carbon fiber was news after this question was asked also. आपने वो टाइटैनिक वाला जो अभी पूरा न्यूज़ पढ़ा था, that capsule which carried, right? So that was made of carbon fiber. Carbon fiber can increase the strength of material, but clearly not, it cannot make it that strong that it could sustain ocean pressure from all around it, and that led to this implosion. So in any case, they are used in manufacture of components used in automobiles and aircraft. That is true. We have applications, lot of applications of carbon fiber once used cannot be recycled. Now that clearly should like click you that this is not correct. कार्बन फाइबर को रिसाइकल करना मुश्किल है बट इम्पॉसिबल नहीं है. सो ये जो है इट कैनॉट बी रिसाइकल्ड, दैट इज नॉट ट्रू. सो वन ओनली, दैट इज द करेक्ट आंसर. इफ यू हैव एनी डाउट इन एनी ऑफ द क्वेश्चन और रिगार्डिंग योर प्रिपरेशन, Abhishek at the rate Vision I started. Right. So any questions if you have from any of the topics? Microorganisms are not as such perceptible first. Second, microorganisms के जो uses हैं वो actually आपको determine करना पड़ेगा, आपको research करना पड़ेगा. Right. So presence जो macroorganisms like plants and animals, they are easily visible. There can be some traditional uses of those things, right? So claiming that you have discovered that and because of that you have a right to use it, that does not seem very like moral also. Forget about legality, it does not seem even moral also. That it is found in nature, you just discovered it. Right, आप टूरिस्ट थे, आपने डिस्कवर कर लिया and you are saying that ये तो मेरा पेटेंट है. But in case of microorganism, you actually have to, even to look at them, you have to do research. And then you have to also find their application. That requires a lot of money, a lot of resources. And for that, there is an exception, that they can be patented, but not plants and animals or any part of them. Any other question? So, solar flare वाला कोई रिलेशन नहीं है, कोई स्टडी नहीं है जो कहीं से भी ये इस्टेब्लिश करे कि फॉरेस्ट फायर occurs because of solar flare. Because, and the reason I am telling you that forest fires fundamentally occur because of dryness. जब टेम्परेचर बहुत हाई हो, बारिश नहीं हो रही हो, right? And because of climate change, those patterns are increasing more and more. And because of that, we have more and more forest fires now. The problem is that we haven't found any correlation. So whenever you have like जैसे अभी हवाई में फायर पढ़ा होगा आपने, हवाई में अभी पूरा वाइल्ड फायर चल रहा है. There has been no solar flare activity, but still fire is happening. So there are many cases of forest fire. None of them have been causally related to any type of solar flare. So hence that is not correct. Okay. मैंने बताया तो था, साइट तो है, यही साइट से, राइट? शुरुआत में जो मैंने बताया था. नहीं तो ऐसा कुछ आपने बहुत मेजर मिस किया नहीं है, टू बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट विथ यू. जैसे आप साइट्स देखो, यही है साइट्स. हिंदू है, hindu.com है, indianexpress.com है, and one site which I have suggested is this Department of indiascience.in, right? That is something which I have found to be very useful. Where indiascience.in, that is maintained by Department of Science and Technology itself and Prasar Bharati. So it's a government maintained website. They have very good discussion about many emerging technologies. So that can be perhaps used from time to time. इनका हर मंडे को एक वीकली फोकस भी आता है 20-25 मिनट का, where they will discover, they will deliberate upon few technologies which are in news. So focus upon that. देखो UPSC के जो requirements है वो बहुत ही specific हैं, बड़ा ही niche requirement है, और syllabus बहुत ही endless है साइंस एंड टेक में. सो इफ आई आस्क यू टू रीड, गो एंड रीड दैट पर्टिकुलर बुक, राइट? तो पहले तो अगर वो यूपीएससी पर्सपेक्टिव से नहीं लिखा हुआ है तो ऐसे ही खराब है, वो पढ़ने का मतलब ही नहीं है, बिकॉज दैट इज गोइंग टू एक्सप्लेन द अंडरलाइंग साइंस इन डिटेल, मैथमेटिक्स इन डिटेल, जिसका कोई रिक्वायरमेंट नहीं है. सेकेंड, देर आर सम बुक्स अवेलेबल फ्रॉम, they are being marketed as that they are for UPSC. The problem is that because most of the questions will be from current affairs, and those current affairs can easily be done with newspaper also, with some understanding of basic knowledge of technology or basic knowledge of science, then those books become redundant, right? So that is why I do not recommend those textbooks which are available in the market, and that is why I ask that read 9th, 10th NCERT, read newspapers, and if you can answer question from these sources, then you will be able to answer it even from these sources. You will not require some अलग, because वो random ही bulky सा book होगा जो बहुत यूजफुल भी नहीं होगा, राइट? सो दैट इज देयर. ये मैंने शुरुआत की क्लास में इसी पे फोकस किया था कि खुद से पढ़ें. आइडियली हमारा जो अप्रोच ये होना चाहिए कि हम खुद से न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ेंगे, राइट, एंड हम कॉम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे उसको. जैसे मैंने विजन आईएएस का भी सोर्स दे रखा है कि जो करंट अफेयर्स मैगजीन है या कोई भी जो डेली न्यूज़ एनालिसिस आता है, वीकली फोकस, वट एवर इज अवेलेबल इन ready-made form, you can use it, but do not use that as a primary source of material. Use that as complementary source of material. That is my suggestion. हाँ बिल्कुल, आप हमेशा be curious, that is very important. Be as curious as possible. That is why I asked you to use ChatGPT as much as possible. So curiosity plays a very important role, that if you are not able to comprehend something, if you are not understanding something, then you are Googling about it. You are asking ChatGPT about that particular doubt. So use it as much as possible. ये भी मैंने शुरू की क्लास में इसीलिए बोला, आप सच में लेट आए थे आप, तो मैंने इस पे भी फोकस किया था कि आप शुरू कर देंगे, मैं यही बात कर रहा था. ठीक है, तो चलो, ऑल द बेस्ट गाइज फॉर योर प्रिपरेशन.